Welcome to the Lowdown, podcast number 55, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We're talking about episode 316, which is episode 506. A lot of numbers going on here.
Very
guys.
nice. Yes. So many numbers.
And
they're all significant.
They're all significant. But the episode isn't 416.
That's
which
right.
Some might expect. It's 316. You know why?
Why?
Because 3 is the new 4.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 is the new 4. Tell your friends.
All right. I'll keep that in mind.
So
I thought maybe they were trying to go one step beyond, but they ended up going one step behind.
Yeah, it's better that way.
Yeah, I think so.
So this was a weird episode.
Very weird episode.
I have to say, one of the strangest episodes of Lost I've ever seen.
By far, yeah. Damon Carlton wrote this, and that makes me think, I don't know. It makes me, normally I would brush this episode off, but it seems like it's important, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, not only writing-wise was it strange to me, but directing-wise I thought it was something. There's a couple things I want to point out as we go along that I chalk up mostly to the director, this Stephen Williams,
yeah.
who has directed quite a few Lost episodes.
A lot, yeah. I know Stephen Williams. He's been around a long time.
Yeah, and quite a few good ones in there, and some bad ones in there.
Pretty much every long-time Lost director has a mixed bag.
Yeah, you can't really help it.
Yeah, I mean, they're stuck with what they get.
Yeah.
I didn't notice the weird directing, but I never noticed directing problems. So
I'll point it out to you, and yeah, there's some stuff that.
But I did notice some weird writing things.
Yeah. Definitely, just a crazy.
And the overall structure of the episode is weird to me.
Yeah. It's sort of like a classic Lost episode, but not really.
Yeah.
It's got the bookend thing, you know. You start in sort of a future point, and you flash back, and you show all that stuff, and you come back to the beginning, but it's a little different.
Yeah, and they don't usually do that.
Well, they've done that before, but right?
When have they done that before? I mean, the closest I can think of to doing that before is the flash forwards. But with those,
maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
But with those, they didn't usually. Oh, and then maybe the. Yeah, no, they have kind of done. They sort of did it with the when they went into Swan Hats the first time. It sort of showed that and then backed up and showed what else happened. And
yeah, I feel like they've done that a few times.
Yeah, okay, I forgot. You're right.
I don't know how to rate this episode.
I don't either.
It wasn't one of my favorites. But it does stand out.
I wanted to really like it because a lot of, moves the story forward a lot. What I thought was the story for the whole season ends up getting resolved here.
Yep.
So that's a bit of a shocker because I don't know if you noticed, but this is episode 6. So that means that we're not even halfway through the season. And some of them are already back on the island. Exactly, yeah. So that part of the story's over, and I really don't know where they're going from here. I sort of like that. I sort of like that the direction the story's going to go in next is somewhat open-ended. It isn't so clear-cut what the next step is.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I agree, and I think this episode to me is the sort of nail in the coffin to, in my opinion, being able to predict how the show is going to end. I think the beginning of this season was like, holy crap, what are they doing? Yeah. But we were still able to hang in there and sort of, piece together what might be going on and what's going to happen. But to me, this episode, the fact that some of them have, most of them have already gotten back, on the island already. That coupled with how strange the episode was overall, I just really don't know where they're going anymore. This is not the Lost that we grew up with.
This isn't your grandmother's Lost.
This isn't your grandmother's Lost anymore. This isn't season 1. This isn't season 2. This isn't season 3. This isn't season 4. I know I'm stating the obvious, but I'm also making a point. That the show is substantially different now, in almost every way.
Yeah, I mean, I had already noticed that this season had been different, but this is even more differenter.
More differenter to the max.
To the max. Yeah, definitely.
So
times 1,000.
I hope you got your seatbelts on, ladies and gentlemen, because we're definitely on board for a ride here.
I think so. So on the subject of rating it, the first time I watched it, I was underwhelmed. In general, I just sort of wanted more with everything. But I think because there's quite a bit of, it doesn't matter why this, it doesn't matter why that.
Mm-hmm.
Things where I'm thinking, well, okay, it doesn't matter to you, I guess, but I'd like to know,
Yeah.
A lot of that really bugs me. But when I watched it again, I actually liked it better the second time. It played a little better for me when I watched it the second time. So it made me want to raise my rating a little bit. So I think, what do we do it out of? What's our scale? Is it an A, B, C scale?
letter grading.
Yeah, okay. So I'm willing to give this B minus.
B minus?
Yeah. I would have said C or C plus before I watched it the second time.
What's that? Isn't there like a grade you can get like where it's not A, B, C, D or F, but it's like we'll wait to see
incomplete.
What you do. Well, yeah, incomplete or something. Like if you turn in your assignments at the end of the semester, then you'll get your grade or something.
Yeah. That's incomplete.
I want to give it some sort of incomplete, some sort of question mark rating because there's a lot of things I like about it, and there's a lot of things that don't. There's a few things I really don't like about it.
I see.
And it's a strange episode. I can't give it a rating. I don't know.
I agree that the more episodes we see, the clearer it'll be how good this was.
Yeah. And that also with the fact that they switched around the showing of this episode and the next one. I don't know if people had heard that, but this episode was supposed to be episode 7, not episode 6.
Yes. Now, I have a little to add to that.
Please.
I watched, I think it was one of the video podcasts, and they said on there that they wrote this episode and the next one at the same time, basically concurrently, and didn't originally plan to have it either. According to them, didn't originally plan to have it either way, and decided on one way and then changed their mind. So it's not quite that that it was just set that it was going to be the first one from the beginning, and then they changed it. It was already sort of they didn't know and they picked one and then they changed their mind. So anyway, I
kind of got the feeling it was more of a. Because I feel like I know what the next episode is going to be about. Yeah,
the title kind of suggests what the next episode is going to be about. And
but now I'm looking at the title.
Oh, okay.
Now I know.
Yeah, so I think the next episode will just be. I think what the deal is the next episode will just be kind of independent of this one.
Yeah.
They'll be, according to them, what they said on the thing was that they're sort of viewable in either order, but they ended up liking this order a little bit better.
Mhm.
So anyway.
Yeah, I figured since the next episode would probably be about all the stuff that didn't happen in this one, that it was that the fact that they had switched it around meant that it wouldn't hurt things to see it this way.
Yeah.
316.
316. Yeah.
So
the title, it's The Flight. What are you going to do?
Yeah, it's The Flight. What are you going to do? I'll just repeat you.
Thank you. Okay, so you ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, let's go. Here we go. First scene. Jack's eye opens. He's lying on the ground. We see some trees. Where's Vincent? Jack looks at a piece of paper that says,
Woof.
I wish. Oh, there he is. Are you Smokey, by the way?
I'm Smokey. Don't tell anyone.
Okay. There's no you spoke.
How else can I talk to Christians?
Good point. Wow. So, anyway, the piece of paper says, I wish. And then he hears Hurley calling for help and runs towards the sound of his voice. Hurley turns out to be drowning, holding onto a guitar case and sort of desperately trying to stay afloat. Jack dives in and goes over to save Hurley. He grabs Hurley and takes him to a part in the water where he can stand up. Then Jack sees Kate lying on some rocks nearby. They go over to her, and Jack wakes her up. She says, "Are we?" And Jack says, "Yeah, we're back." And Kate says, "What happened?" Ooh.
All right.
But yeah, that's the first scene.
That is the first scene. You're right.
Wonder if we'll see this again.
Probably not.
Probably not. You're right.
All right. So, you know, when the scene starts and, you know, Jack wakes up and, you know, a scene we've seen a couple times.
Yeah.
I'm like, WTF?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? Is this a dream? Is this you know, I'm sort of, you know, waiting to you know, as soon as he started running, of course, I'm thinking, oh, he's going to run out and to the beach and see the plane wreckage. You know, I'm trying to figure out, is this, you know, a recreation of, you know, the original crash? Is this, you know, what's going on here? You know, when he goes to help Hurley, I'm like, okay, does he know Hurley? Is the, you know, trying to place this whole thing. And then, of course, when he sees Kate and calls out to Kate, you realize the sort of time frame that they're in.
Yeah.
But man, Lost likes its callbacks, I tell you.
They really do. Yeah.
Or I guess the island just likes Jack's eye opening.
I think that's definitely a big part of it.
The island likes to have Jack wake up on his back in the middle of the jungle, I tell you.
Yeah. Looking up at the trees.
Looking up at the trees. So
yeah, they've definitely done that scene before. And if I had to guess, I'd say they'll do it again before the show's over.
Yeah.
But I as soon as it didn't happen, as soon as Vincent didn't show up, I knew it wasn't the original thing that they were trying to recreate. And when Hurley called out, I immediately thought, oh, they're back on the island, I guess. You know, that's about it. That's as far as I got.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way to know how or why they're there.
Not at this point.
At this point, yeah. So, okay, I don't know what else to say about this.
Yeah, we come back to it. There's not much here, but, you know.
Okay, so then we see a screen that reads 46 hours earlier. So we go back to the church from last week. Remember where we left off? We sort of redo the ending scene from last time where Miss Hawking says it'll have to do for now. Let's get started. She leads Son, Jack, Ben, and Desmond down into the basement of the church. There's a door down there with a Dharma logo on it, and they go through. And they go into pendulum room with the chalkboard and the electronic equipment that we saw a few episodes ago. Jack asks what this place is, and Ms. Hawking says the Dharma Initiative called it the lamppost. This is how they found the island.
Dun, dun, dun.
Lost.
Who thought we'd get an answer to that question?
Not me, says I.
Didn't know that was a question we should be worried about.
Me either. I guess I always figured, they found, somebody knew about the island at some point, and they found it out from whoever else found it out.
Yeah.
The Army was there and all that in the 50s, so I was just like, they, somehow got a hold of this information.
Yeah, islands, are findable.
Yeah. That's definitely a takeaway lesson.
From all this. I am sure that there are plenty of islands that have been found throughout history.
Yes.
So it didn't seem like much of a mystery.
I don't know that much about history, but I'm going to have to say that you're right.
Yeah,
one thing that came as a surprise to me was that this area that she was in was a Dharma place. Like that's that's not something I ever would have thought.
Oh, Dharma. What were you guys up to?
Yeah. It's a good question.
Maybe we have to assume this is the first Dharma station.
Yeah,
or if it counts as a station.
This is the first off-island Dharma location that we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something. I don't know if it counts as a station or not. It's got stuff in there. It's
Station 0.
Yeah, why not? So they built this first, and found the island, and then went there. That's something.
That is something.
I don't know what that means.
Well, it means a lot. It means that they, as she explains a little bit later about, the electromagnetism and all that, and the energy. It explains that they had an idea of what was going on the island before they actually got there.
That's right.
It wasn't like,
I'm gonna.
Hey, what's this place? Let's put some stations here. They kind of knew what was going on.
Yeah. They were looking for something in particular. They didn't. We talked about that at one point. The idea that maybe they just had a program that they wanted to carry out, and they just found an island to do it on. Not necessarily going there in particular. And then, the idea, this is a really old thing. We were so young, we didn't know that they just, found stuff. Once they got to the island, they found that it had these properties.
Mm-hmm.
Not the other way around, that they went there because of those things.
Yeah.
That is a thing. That's true. I didn't put that together for some reason, but yeah, that's it. I will be reading out most of the expository dialogue in the upcoming scene, because there's just no way I could transcribe it without just writing it. So we'll get to that in a second here. Maybe I should just go to that right now. Actually,
yeah, why not?
Okay, so we come back after the title sequence. We're back in the room. Jack asks Ben if he knew about this place. Ben says no. And Jack asks Miss Hawking if he's lying, and Hawking thinks, he's probably lying. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and read this dialogue here. So she says, here we go. All right, I apologize if this is confusing, but to Jack, who is distracted, let's pay attention, yes? The room we're standing in was constructed years ago over a unique pocket of electromagnetic energy. That energy connects to similar pockets all over the world. The people who built this room, however, were only interested in one. Sun says, the island. Eloise says, yes, the island. They gathered proof that it existed. They knew it was out there somewhere, but they just couldn't find it. Then a very clever fellow built this pendulum on the theoretical notion that they should stop looking for where the island was supposed to be and start looking for where it was going to be. Jack says, what do you mean, where it was going to be? Eloise says, well, this fellow presumed, and correctly, as it turned out, that the island was always moving. Why do you think you were never rescued? Now, while the movements of the island seem random, this man and his team created a series of equations which tell us, with a high degree of probability, where it is going to be at a certain point in time. Windows, as it were, that while open provide a route back. Unfortunately, these windows don't stay open for very long. Yours closes in 36 hours. At this point, Desmond interrupts. Desmond delivers the message from Faraday that they need her help. Hawking says the island isn't done with Desmond. Desmond gets mad because Hawking said he was supposed to go to the island. Originally, Desmond tells Jack that they are being used and not to do what they tell him to do. Desmond says he's done with the island and exits. Hawking tells Jack that the binder he's holding has coordinates where the island will be. She tells him about a Jira and that it's going through this area, and they all need to be on that plane. She says they need to recreate the circumstances that brought them there originally. Jack says, what if no one else comes? Hawking says, then it'll be unpredictable. Jack says, is that all? And she says, no, at least not for you.
Yowza.
Okay, so maybe we'll stop there. There's yet another scene after that.
Some stuff to talk about.
But that's enough, yeah. Okay.
So, can I first just point out how different Miss Hawking seems in this scene? She went from like this sort of, mildly scary lady who sort of knew all this stuff and just and then like in this scene, I mean, she's a school teacher.
Yeah.
Like she comes off as this like elementary school teacher, and it doesn't help when like Son guesses, the island, and she, yes, you're right, Son.
Yes, that's
and, like,
very good.
The whole scene just came off. It was.
And she tells Jack to pay attention.
Yes, and she's pay attention, shall
totally
we? Listen up. And I was so thrown off by this. I don't know if this is a directing thing. I don't think it's a writing thing. I don't know what the deal is, because she wasn't like this in Desmond's episode when we first saw her.
Well, those things are there in the dialogue.
But I mean, yeah, they are there, but I feel like it's the way.
But they could have played it differently. That's true.
I mean, it's definitely a little bit of the writing with the yes, you're right, son. Like just like I don't know. I was really put off by this scene. How she comes off in this scene, because she just seems like a different character.
I agree. I haven't watched Flashes Before Your Eyes in a while, but she was definitely an ominous presence in that episode. She just looked kind of frightening, and her intense way of speaking was, it really puts you on edge, I think. And she was saying all this stuff about how the universe does this, and you have to do that, and that's the only great thing you'll ever do. And it was very, very stern and not at all school teacher-like.
I know, and this was totally like, all right, class, all right, the bell was rung. Now, it didn't help that she had that binder in her hand when she was talking, and it's like her textbook.
Yeah.
It just came off like I was in class, and it was so weird.
I agree.
It was so weird.
Whatever magic she had back then just doesn't seem to be there in this scene.
Even in the previous scene, when the one from last time when everyone comes in for the first time, I don't know if they reshot that, but it seemed totally different. Like the way she said her lines, and I guess that'll have to do. Like that was totally different than the way it came off before.
You're right, it did seem different.
Yeah, that whole little scene seemed a bit different too, and then her in this one was just. I was just like, what are you doing, lady? Like, you were so interesting and like you said, ominous, a perfect word for her, and then that was just totally lost.
It really just doesn't seem like the same character. It's hard for me to believe this is supposed to be the same person.
Yeah, it's very strange, and I mean, in Flashes Before Your Eyes, she was, we didn't know if she was real or not. Yeah,
I mean, she definitely seemed like she could be in Desmond's head.
Yeah, and then when he shows up and he talks to her and he mentions, he references that, I should say, And it didn't seem strange to him that she was real or or any of that.
No, he treated it matter-of-factly, and he mentioned the most mundane part of their discussion, which was that he had to go to the island, but not all the stuff about how the universe corrects itself and, you know, you can't save people for very long because they'll just die anyway, and, you know, the sort of grand, frightening part of the conversation, you know.
Yeah, like the fact that he was seeing, you know, the whole thing with Charlie later. I mean, I don't know. It's a little strange. He should be, I think, a little bit more invested.
Yeah, it's just a matter-of-fact thing now. Like, she just came up and said, no, you got to go to the island. And he was like, oh, man, and that was it.
Yeah, he was, like, time traveling.
I know, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was glad they at least brought it up. I was worried it wouldn't even get to that, but they just didn't do enough with it. It just didn't It just didn't feel like they're really remembering how crazy it was.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like it was just they met at a coffee shop or something.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
Yeah. I agree.
Yes.
When they brought her back, I was excited because she was a pretty cool character. I mean, that episode was it didn't really work that well in the overall plot, but as a self-contained episode, it was pretty good, and her character had a lot to do with that. Like, you know, she really did a great job in that episode, and I thought it was really cool that she was back. But like, this version of her isn't that much fun. Like,
this version of her is a yawn fest.
She is, yeah. I don't want to yawn fest.
I felt like I was in English class or something, you know, or like history, you know, like it was weird.
Yeah.
But I guess let's get into what she's talking about here.
Okay. All right. So there's a lot of exposition here.
Yeah. So the room they're in is the lamppost.
Yes, the lamppost. That's right.
Which when I saw the Dharma logo, I thought, oh, a lighthouse. Oh, it makes perfect sense. This is the way they found the island, a lighthouse. Oh, great. This is a perfect day for a Dharma, you know, for what it does. And then she's like, it's called the lamppost. I'm like, Almost, yeah. It's like, it's the same sort of concept, but, you know, sort of guiding the way, but I don't know.
Lighting the path.
Like, a lighthouse is something you know is leading you towards it, whereas a lamppost helps you get where you're going.
Right.
Sort of the same thing, but a little bit different.
Yeah.
But it was weird.
Yeah.
So the lamppost.
The lamppost. That really doesn't sound like the name of a station.
I know it's not the kind of thing you want to say a lot. Lamppost. Very boring sort of term.
Yeah, you go down to the lamppost.
Lamppost? Yeah. Who wants a lamppost?
Yeah. You're right.
Lamppost. Let's never say it again. So, okay, it's over a pocket of electromagnetic energy that connects to similar pockets all over the world. So we basically realized that the pocket that the Swan Station was built over isn't the only one, of course, now.
Yeah, which reminds me of, buckle the fuck up, guys. This reminds me of the episode SOS from season 2, where the guy that Rose goes to see to cure her cancer, right. And he tells her that there's all these places and she hasn't found the right one for her and all that. It seems like this is that somehow.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's definitely, I think, related to what's going on here.
Yeah, that was supposedly one of the places where that guy was, and I really don't think about that episode a lot, but it popped into my head for some reason when I was watching this and when she said that thing about various places. But somehow the island one is whatever, different or stronger or I don't know what.
Yeah.
A bigger deal.
That line also made me think that maybe it relates to having these pockets all over the world relates to, Ben showing up in where was it? when he turns the wheel. Tunisia, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where another pocket is. So so it's not that turning the wheel just puts you in a random place, but puts you at the end of where another pocket is somewhere.
Yeah,
and he sort of travels through the corridors that connects all of these pockets of energy.
Yeah, and I kind of don't think that Locke's going to show up in Tunisia in the same place, so that maybe could be part of the explanation for why he doesn't just, he goes to one of the other places. Maybe he'll just go to the LA one conveniently.
He's going to show up where the pendulum is and just pop, poof, here I am.
Boop, hey. He gets the easy version.
Yeah, he gets a direct flight.
He doesn't have to fight off people and walk through the desert for miles, whatever Ben did to get back to the world.
Stole their camel.
Yeah, because Locke's leg was broken, and yeah, you're right, he did steal a camel. I forgot about that. Locke's not going to be able to pull off what Ben did, so...
Yeah, you could say that again about a lot of different things, right?
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
That's almost a fundamental part of the show.
Yeah, that pretty much goes without saying.
Yeah, Locke just has not been.
Yeah.
But he is Bentham.
Good point.
Which is close.
Look at that. Is there a connection? Probably not.
Probably not.
So the idea is, let's see, what's the idea?
They were only interested in one of the pockets, which is strange.
They gathered proof that it existed. Oh, okay.
What a great line that is. Like, all right, what does that entail? They gather proof. Like, they didn't. It's so weird. Okay, it's like, okay. These people built this room over a pocket of energy. Then they realized, hey, it connects to other pockets, but there's one we're interested in. Which one is it, son? The island. Yes, you get a gold star. Move to the head of the class. And then they say they gather proof that it existed. So it's a little bit of a disconnect here. It's like, which came first? Yeah. The proof that the island existed or the knowledge that the island existed?
Good point. Yeah, okay. So back to what I said originally. Which one was it? Did they do this to find the island because they knew they wanted to go there, or did they build this place, find out about the island, and then decide they want to go there?
Yes.
Yes, that is the question.
So they gathered proof it existed. They knew it was out there somewhere, but they just couldn't find it. Yeah. But luckily, a clever fellow came along. Her whole story just seems like, I don't know, it seems like a bedtime story. It's so strange. Everything is so nice and neat, and a clever fellow has a theory that turns out to be true. And I don't know. It was a little too convenient, this whole thing.
Yeah, so any theories about who the clever fellow is?
I want to say it's Daniel.
From Battlestar Galactica? Oh, sorry. You mean Faraday.
Who's Daniel on Battlestar Galactica?
I'm sorry, spoiler alert.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Oops.
Yeah, you spoiler alert my ass.
Luckily that you don't know what that means, so
I know what that means.
Well, someone who hasn't seen the show doesn't know what that means.
I know. God damn it! Now I know what. All right, let's move on.
I'm sorry. Okay, apologies. That was the first thing that popped in my head. Faraday, you mean? So you think Faraday's actually not only gonna? No, there's no way. How is that possible?
I'm just saying. All right.
Okay.
No, I don't know who it is. I just feel like it's someone really, really interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's any of the Groots or anything like that.
Okay.
I feel like I don't even know if that's even true anymore.
that whole part of the story. I mean, I believe it, but somehow it seems to not matter.
Yeah, exactly.
There was a long time there back in season 2 where it was just like, we just gotta wait until Hanzo and the DeGroots show up.
Yeah.
And it seems clear at this point that that's not gonna happen.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
But they did pop into my head. Another person who popped in my head was Widmore.
Yeah.
Maybe not Widmore himself, but at least somehow he was involved.
But that's the thing. We know Widmore was on the island back in the 50s.
Yeah, that's right.
So, I mean, seems like they already had found it before they needed this machine.
Well, I guess I'm thinking Widmore leaves the island, and so he knows about it. And, maybe he was involved in the getting Dharma going, and he was the one who was able to tell them that the island existed.
Mm-hmm.
Something, and then there's someone else. I can't quite envision Widmore as being the person who actually came up with all this stuff. That doesn't quite work as the character he seems to be. But at the very least, like, I feel like maybe he could have been involved to some extent in the Dharma project, getting it to the island. Because he wants to go there.
Mhm.
Another thing that popped in my head, which is probably more of a long shot, is the whole thing about the Valenzetti Equation from the Lost experience. The Valenzetti guy who found the equation that had the numbers in it, and it said when the world was going to end and so on. Anyway, that was something that popped in my head. I don't know if any of that's even really true, but
that seems like a long shot. You're right.
Yeah, it's definitely a long shot, but I'm reaching. I mean, I don't know who else to guess. But my best guess. I can't guess who the person is, but I feel like Widmore was involved.
Yeah, I would buy Widmore. Widmore could be involved. It just seems weird to me. I mean, yeah, I guess the way you explained it sort of makes sense. Yeah. All right. I still think it's Dan for some reason. Call me crazy. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know how.
I agree that sounds like something they would do. I just can't see how it works. But then again, I've said that before, and then they tell me how it works.
Then they show you how it works.
And then I say, oh, okay, well, in that case.
I mean, let's not forget Dan is in the middle of time traveling here.
Yeah, you're right.
Who knows when he's going to show up and what he's going to do? So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree. You might be right. And I wonder if Miss Hawking knows that.
And in terms of all of this time stuff, he's pretty much one of the foremost experts.
Yeah.
On considering his field of study off island and then all the stuff that's going on the island. So he's in line to be involved with this kind of crap.
Yeah, but if it really is him, I mean, I wonder if Miss Hawking knows who this person she's talking about is.
Oh, I think she knows who it is.
Okay. So if it's him, you think she knows she's actually talking about her son coming from the future?
Coming from the future?
Yeah, well, if Dan did this, he would have had to have come from the future, right?
Oh, yeah, well, I guess, yeah. Come from the future? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's right. But he would have done this in the past.
He did it in the past, but he came from the future.
Sure, yeah.
Relative to the past.
Yeah. At some point he would have come from the future. Yeah.
Like she would know that he time traveled from a period of time back in time, and then created this thing. Of course, in that case, that's what he always did. So that's kind of weird. But
yeah, here's the thing though: if she doesn't know who she's talking about, I feel like she would have said that. I feel like she would have made. I mean, obviously they don't have to write this, but I feel like she would have said something about the person who did it not being known or being a mystery.
I see.
other than but she just decides not to say who it is.
Right.
I feel like she should know. She's tight in all this. She should know. She should have an idea. This is a big undertaking.
I think
this is no small feat.
Yeah, I think she knows too. And
I can see her calling her son a very clever fellow.
I agree. She would do that. Okay, yeah. I didn't think of him for some reason. I was off with Valenzetti.
Yeah, Valenzetti. He's going to show up any day now.
Yeah.
If his equation had to do with finding the island, I'd be all over that. But his equation was, about the end of the world, and it hasn't really made its presence known on the show properly.
You're right.
So.
Yeah, you're right.
So I love how she didn't quite explain how the pendulum works, just that he just built the pendulum so they could find where it was going to be, because that's what you do. You build pendulums to track things in time. I don't know. I feel like that pendulum just looks cool more than it's functional.
Yeah, I'm going to...
In terms of what they're trying to do.
I'm going to say you're dead on about that. Yeah, they like the pendulum. It's definitely like a presence in this scene. It's
pretty spectacular. I mean, it's the room is built around that pendulum. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was really surprised how they kind of stood in its midst, I
wouldn't have wanted to stand on the sort of map that it was writing on. I don't know. I feel like, if someone's working on something, you don't want to, stand on top of their stuff. But he walked all over it, too. So
I know, yeah. They were just walking, if it swings by, just move out of the way. No problem.
Yeah, what happens if you accidentally hit it?
I know. That's what I would worry about, but it didn't seem to worry them at all.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, like I said on the forum, I think Desmond gets the award for the best choreographed indignance. He's managing to be really pissed and yell at them while not getting hit by the pendulum.
Oh wow, cleverly avoiding the pendulum.
Yeah, back and forth
in between his ranting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, you're right. It was nice work. So the island's not done with Desmond, huh? So he's going to go back, I guess.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see? What do you think?
We'll see. I don't know what she means by that.
Okay. All right.
How does she even know?
I don't know.
How does she know any of this, which is what Jack asked, and all he gets is an anecdote about, from the Bible.
You're right, yeah.
I love that.
That answers everything. What do you want?
So she's talking about, Jack says, what do you mean where it's going to be? So this fellow presumed, correctly, by the way, he's so lucky. His theories just turned out to be right. It's awesome.
He makes his own luck.
Yeah, he does make his own luck, apparently, because he always made his own luck.
That's right.
And then the island was always moving. Why don't you think you were ever rescued?
Oh man, did that line throw me?
Man, I
was like, really? That's a question at this point? I thought they didn't get rescued because the island wasn't visible to the outside world.
When she said that, I'm like, because the island was invisible. That's why they were never rescued.
Yeah, we already knew that. Don't give us a different answer.
Don't give us a different answer to a question we're not even asking anymore.
That's come on, guys. That's the least you can do. If you're going to answer a question, at least don't answer it again with something else later after we've forgotten about it.
Yeah.
That was weird. I couldn't believe she said that.
Yeah. I don't like that.
Me either.
I really don't
buy
like
it. I don't
buy it either.
It doesn't work. Like, if she's saying it, I guess we're supposed to believe it's true, but I still don't buy it.
I mean, in moving in what sense? Is it moving, drastic locations and distances all over the planet, or is it just sort of moving with the tide of, or moving with the current of the ocean.
I don't even think so. I don't think it's moved since they crashed there. Besides the recent thing when it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it sort of moving and you can't tell, that, this time yesterday the island was in the southern hemisphere, now it's in the northern hemisphere, and we just didn't know.
I mean, I just don't think that's happening because the locations that everyone who showed up on the island during that period came to were in the same general area. I mean, they all described the right place.
You're right. I don't know. I don't know.
And when they get rescued, they're in the right place, and they have to sail around to where the fake wreckage was found. Like, Michael ends up in the right place when he leaves. I mean, all signs point to the island hasn't moved during the show except at the end of season 4. But this suggests it's just popping around all the time.
And specifically, it's moving in time, right?
That too, apparently. Which also didn't seem to be true.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we had a lot of discussions about that in season 4, about the issue of the time running on the island differently and all that.
Mm-hmm. Did we ever figure that out?
No. Not at all. I don't know if we ever will.
They did science experiments and everything, and we still didn't figure that out.
Yeah.
If science can't give us an answer, what can?
Yeah, it was useless. There was all sorts of conflicting evidence about exactly what was supposed to be happening. I mean, there was the payload rocket, and then there was the dead doctor washing up, and then there was Saeed's helicopter not getting there in the right time. And then there were other scenes where they went from the island to the thing in exactly the right amount of time.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
And it really shouldn't. I mean, the way well, my understanding of the donkey wheel, which is a phrase I hate to say, is the island shouldn't be moving through time if no one's turning the wheel, right?
Yeah. I guess I feel like that's not true.
Well, yeah, it seems like it's not.
Based
now.
on what they're saying. Yeah, I mean, it was certainly portrayed that way in the last episode. I agree. It seemed like the only problem was it was sort of off its hinges.
Axis.
Axis. There you go. It was sort of flipping around, and that was causing the flashes to happen over and over again. But the way she describes it sounds like it just moves regardless, and the donkey wheel is just a way to. I agree, it's a terrible name. Is a way to speed up the process, just make it happen. But it'll happen anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're supposed to believe that.
Yeah, I'm shaking my head.
Okay, good. You should be.
It's a groaner. I don't know about that one.
It's a groaner? Yeah, it is a groaner.
So, this clever fellow figured out that though the movements of the island seem random, that he was able to create a series of equations which tell them to a high degree of probability where it's going to be in time. And that the window they open and close, and now this one's going to close. See, the other thing that's weird about this story is the fact, the whole idea, of course, is that they're trying to recreate the first crash. But the first crash happened because Desmond, didn't press the button, and that's how they were drawn to the island. That's it's not like we see how this plane
it was
crash
destiny.
was.
It was destiny who didn't push the button.
It wasn't like, the original flight A-15 was flying over the island, and then the Losties vanished off of it, and then they showed up on the island, and that's the beginning of the show. No, that's not what happened. So why is that what's happening now? It's really weird. And then this whole thing, which we'll talk about more, I'm sure, in general, recreating the crash. Why does how are they're tricking the island into taking them back by recreating the events of the original crash? That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, and really half-assed too. I mean,
very half-assed.
So many things are different. I can't believe the island is fooled by this. I mean,
it makes no sense.
Most of the passengers are not there.
Yeah.
It's a different airline, different pilot,
planes, different everything.
Different circumstances for everyone. The dead guy in the coffin is not, no matter whose shoes he's wearing, it's not Jack's dad. So I can't imagine the island just like, it looks the same to me, let him in. And why would it even care in the first place?
Why would it care if it's so important for them to get back? Wouldn't the island want to make that happen on its own or something?
Yeah, the island should be happy to take him back. It shouldn't have all these weird preconditions.
Yeah, it really is sort of. And there's another thing I want to say about the island, but it really makes it seem like, this whole idea of conscious will on the island's part. I don't know if that's true anymore. Because it seems like there's just some force that is called the island, and it's got these sort of properties that they have figured out, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
It's very strange. And the other thing I wanted to mention about the island is, don't you think by now, don't you think that Miss Hawking should be calling the island by a proper name? Wouldn't they have named this thing?
I would think
huge,
so.
Important landmass that's the center of all their research and effort and hard work over, decades. They still call it the island.
Maybe its name is the island.
Yeah, that's weird, though. From a scientific perspective, wouldn't they call it something?
Capital T, capital I. Yeah, I agree. I think it's one of those things where I feel like they're calling it that because that's what we know it as.
Yeah, I agree, but why don't they just give us a cool name for it and be like, oh, this is what Dharma calls it?
I wish they would do that, but I somehow feel like this comes from the same place that, referring to the stations as hatches.
Well, I was just going to say, the Swan Station had a name.
I know, you're right.
Call it the hatch, call it the island, but I feel like it should, she's given us the history of this thing. Why not say the clever fellow named it blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought that was weird.
Yeah, I guess they didn't want to actually give it a name for some reason. But it does seem like a place to do it, if they were ever going to.
Yeah.
But I don't think they are. At this point, its official name is The Island.
The Island. How clever.
Yeah.
It's actually an archipelago.
Ouch.
Yeah, burned with
little
geographical
feature humor.
Take that, Miss Hawking. So, all right. So, this is when Desmond interjects and he figures out what's going on. He delivers the message, which was really strange because he says, your son sent me here. All the people on the island need your help, you specifically, not all these other people. And she says, I am helping. And he was just like, whatever, bye.
Yeah.
But it's really weird.
It is weird.
It's like, because
it was a whole thing. I mean, when Dan goes to find Desmond and the thing, and then he wakes up and he's like, oh my God, I have to go. And then he goes through this whole ordeal, sails back to England and finds Widmore and finds the location and sails all the way over to L.A. to deliver this urgent message. And he finally gets there, and then he's just like, all right, well, I did my part. I'll see you later.
How about a phone call or email? That might have been quicker, less trouble.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to care. That's the thing. After all this,
that's the thing. He doesn't ask why are they in trouble? What's going on? Blah blah blah. He was just like, message delivered.
Yeah. It seemed like he was invested in this.
Mm-hmm. task.
Mission, yeah.
Yeah, mission.
That was a big deal to him, and he gets there and he's like, I don't know what's going on. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I can see, I guess, what they're trying to do. I mean, it's a little weird that, especially considering, Penny was on board to go with him the whole way with all this, so he doesn't really have anything holding him back. But I think he got, he got really turned off by what he walked into, which was, craziness.
Definitely craziness. Definitely craziness. But it's supposed to be urgent that they help the people on the island, and it's just like, well, I told her the message. What more do you want from me?
Yeah,
he doesn't seem to care what the outcome is.
Yeah.
And that throws me.
Yeah, it is weird. But he doesn't have anything to do with all this stuff, so I guess he's just wants to wash his hands of it. But it definitely seems weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
And didn't he learn that it was like him going to the island was worth it?
I guess not.
Like, of all the crap that happened, like, wasn't that the whole point? Like,
nah.
I mean, pressing the button, not pressing the button, turning the fail, like all the crap that's happened, and he still was like, I wasn't supposed to be there. I wasted 4 years of my life.
Yeah, pretty much.
Really, Des? You just got a memory implanted from you from like years ago that you didn't have before, and you think like, nothing crazy's going on here.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing the opposite of Locke. Like, I feel like if he could go back, he'd tell himself not to go.
Mhm.
He doesn't need the pain. Not worth it.
I can do without it, brother.
Yeah.
And then he pulls the Saeed line and tells Jack to ignore whatever it is she says do.
Oh, yeah.
Which is like what Saeed told Hurley to do the opposite of what Ben says.
Yeah.
And we know how well that turned out. Oh, well, not so bad, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know why anyone bothers at this point. It has no effect on Jack. I don't get the sense that he ever considers not going through with this.
Well, I think he does. I think one of the things I really liked about this episode was how Jack specifically is contemplating this whole thing and realizing how insane it is what they're doing. I mean, he brings that up several times, and that was the whole point of Ben's story was convincing the non-believer. But yeah, he definitely. I mean, it's definitely crazy what they're doing.
When is it that he thinks about not going?
Well, after he talks to Miss Hawking, she tells the whole thing about Locke and the whole thing with the dad. Jack comes out and he wants verification that all this is true. He's asking Ben, who is Miss Hawking? How does she know all this? Blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's considering, maybe not doing it, but he's definitely considering whether it's worth doing or not. And and that's what she even tells him. Stop wondering. If it's, what was it? Stop wondering if it's the right thing, or I forgot the line. We'll get to it.
Yeah. That's
but he was definitely wavering several times.
Yeah, all right. I don't know. For some reason I thought he wasn't wavering at all, but I guess you're right. I guess that was the point of a lot of these scenes.
Yeah, that was the point, and that's what I really liked was the fact that all those crazy stuff that's happened to Jack. We've seen all that stuff, but nevertheless, the idea to go back to the island, to seemingly forever, bring all these people back, recreate, like it is crazy. It is crazy, and I thought Desmond's line about these people are just using us, playing some sort of game. I think if we didn't have the perspective of seeing what we've seen over the last 4 or 5 seasons, I think that would be we would believe that too.
Yeah.
Because it is pretty insane. This is just a lady saying this stuff with giving no proof. She has a pendulum in her room, big whoop. Computers from the 70s, like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's I like the sort of the sort of bit of realism that they kind of put in here with just the fact that yes, this is craziness, but nevertheless they sort of have to do this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So the binder shows the coordinates. Shows all the air routes that fly over the coordinates where they believe the island will be. Nigeria Airways Flight 316. So this is the flight that they have to be on. And the whole thing about it being it's unpredictable, the result, like, that was the other thing. And like Jack says, like, we're just supposed to hope this works. You know, like, unpredictable, like, does that mean we could just all die?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I don't know, it just seems weird to me that, you know, this window closes in, 36 hours or whatever it is. Does that mean there's not another window that they could go at some point, like relatively soon, where they could potentially have everyone, get more time? I just hate when the first thing we hear in several different instances is, it's got to be these people, it's got to be this time, you have this X amount of time, God help us if you can't get it done. And then it's like, oh, well, we'll take whomever. Maybe this will work. Here's a flight. Just get on it.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's like they know that that it's all going to work out in the end, but they really shouldn't know that.
Right. Yeah, it does seem like it does seem like if they found it this time, they could find it again.
Yeah.
And they found it before that. I mean,
yeah, and it's like, why does it have to be a commercial plane? They don't have the resources to get a private plane and fly them directly. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I mean, obviously, like you said, recreating the events of the
sort of.
But wouldn't the island probably would rather have all the people on a private plane versus some of the people on a commercial plane that's not even the same airline? Like.
Yeah. I don't know what the island wants, but yeah, it seems like that would be a reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
Let's just go to the place in a private plane.
Yeah, it's a little strange. A little strange, this scene. I don't know.
It is.
It's all over the place. Anything else in this scene?
I think so. You ready for the next one?
Yeah. There was something I wanted to mention. Something a little. This whole thing reminds me of the Langoliers. I'll say it again.
Wow.
I'm telling you, Smokey, he's just there to eat the pass. I'm telling you.
I've never seen the Langoliers, but I do know what it's about, and I hope that's the real story.
A group of people fly through Aurora Borealis and wind up in the past where monsters eat it. The end. Thank you, Stephen King.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of gets at, like, one of the things. Oh, I was going to let me just bring up real quick. We talked about time a bit in the last podcast, and that prompted me to do a little Wikipedia science research.
Nice.
About time, and it turns out that defining time is actually not that easy, and apparently a big part of Einstein's relativity was a different definition of time than Newton had. Newton had a absolute definition of time, and Einstein had a relative one.
Yeah.
And that's why under relativity it's possible if you travel at the speed of light to come back and only have aged 50 years while someone staying on Earth has aged 75 years or something like that. That's possible under relativity because of this sort of relativity of time based on what your reference is.
Yeah.
So anyway, I didn't get a resolution because it's at this point it's all about it's all about definitions, and there isn't an agreed definition.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's no resolution to the problem. People have thought about it. I was at least right about that, but I guess I thought it would be more resolved than it is, apparently. But it is tied in. It is tied in with, under relativity at least, is tied in with motion, and so during if the heat death happened, then there wouldn't be time. So at least under that conception. So I think you were right about that.
Yeah, it's still weird. Time is weird.
Very weird. And so I was going to bring up one of the. I've been trying to say this on the last. I don't know how many podcasts have we done this season? 5.
Yeah.
I've been trying to say this, and I can't quite figure out how to put it into words. The idea of the past as moving, when you go there, it's moving.
You sound like Nell.
Nice.
Darmok from below. What was that? I gotta remember that Star Trek reference.
Yeah, Darmok and Jalad.
Yeah, that's what it is.
At something.
At the volcano. Or,
yeah.
Yeah, at the lake. I don't know. It was something weird like that.
You're right. I do. No, like time seems to be moving, but there's a sense that once something happens, it's dead. It's not living anymore. But the idea that once you go back, it's moving. Time is moving again. You don't just go back and see a freeze frame of what it was like at the time.
Langoliers.
Yeah, exactly. That's what made me think of it. You hop back on the train, that's moving.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it makes me wonder if time is like that. If there's a sense in which the past is still moving. If it's still running, or if it's actually over like it seems to be.
Well, I think from just in simple terms of, if you go back to 1982, there were events happening, sort of in the present of 1982. So if you went back there, I think you would experience those things as if, as they originally happened. So yeah, I do think I think those things, are still happening in that sense of your perspective of being there. But in the sense of, it's our past.
I mean, is the 1500s still running right now?
Is what still running?
The 1500s, or any other time period. I mean, is it still running in some sense?
But to answer that question, you have to ask, in what sense?
Yeah, I know. I can't say what I mean by that exactly,
yeah.
But I mean, it just seems strange that if you go back in time, you don't just sort of go back in time. You go back in time, and time starts up again.
I think I think time is sort of continuous. I think if you were able to time travel, if you go back to the past, you would be seeing these things that happened then because they happened. I mean,
see that's the part that gets me. I mean, that makes it seem like it really is running all the time.
Yeah,
it's everything that's ever happened is sort of continuously happening. And if you go back, it's running. It never stops.
Yeah, for it to stop, what would that mean? I mean, to me, it doesn't make any sense for it to sort of stop. What makes it stop? Because our consciousness isn't in that time frame. I feel like it's to transcend that because our consciousness wasn't in that time frame in the original 1500s, and it was going on. Things are happening then. So I mean, like I said, my thing with time is it's just your perception. And if you go back in time, and you would be perceiving that time that you're around in.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is one of the things. I mean, time seems to have direction, and I guess that isn't necessarily negated if it's sort of running at all times. But I just find it hard to conceive that even if you could go back in time, you could actually not only go back in time, but hop back on the time train.
Well, that's the thing. But like I said, I use the definition of time as just the perception of events. So if those events are occurring, then then you're on the time train.
Yeah. If time is just events happening, I guess that's what that means. But I don't know. Okay, that's the best I can do. I just wanted to bring that up. Anyway. Okay, so you ready for the next scene?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Hawking takes Jack into another room. She hands Jack an envelope, which contains Locke's suicide note. Jack says he didn't know that Locke killed himself. He asks why. Hawking says that Locke will be a proxy for Jack's dad, so Jack has to get something of his dad's and give it to Locke. Jack is upset. Hawking tells him to take a leap of faith. Jack goes out into the main room of the church. Ben sits on one of the benches. Son has left. Ben goes over to light a candle. I wrote Ben asked Jack about Hawking, but I guess it's the other way around. Jack asked Ben about Hawking, who asked Ben, I'm sorry. Ben asked,
You're in the next scene, right?
Ben does ask Jack about Hawking, who asked Ben who Hawking is. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes. Ben tells a story about Thomas. He was brave, but later he doubted the resurrection. He only believes when he touched the wounds, blah, blah, blah. Ben says we're all convinced sooner or later. Ben is about to leave to tie up a loose end and tells Jack he'll see him at the airport. Yeah, I just decided to run those two.
So yeah, like we were saying earlier, this is Jack's big is this too crazy to do sort of scene.
Yeah.
So start at the top here. We find out Locke killed himself,
which we already kind of knew. I mean, I guess Jack's surprised, but Saeed in the finale, when he went to get Hurley, they said it was suicide, and he said it like he didn't believe it, but apparently it's true.
Yeah, and of course we had the obituary that sort of got scrutinized that basically confirmed all this stuff. From back when in season 4 when Jack calls Kate. That whole thing, remember?
Oh, season 3, yeah.
Season 3, the end of season 3.
Yeah.
And talking about the hanging himself and all that. But didn't it also mention the son? Remember that whole thing?
He was survived by a son. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was why we thought it was Michael originally.
Yeah. So I think
teenage son. Yeah. We'll see how that's supposed to work.
Oh my God!
What?
I had a crazy theory.
Oh,
that
God.
Can't be true.
I'm afraid.
Never mind. This is even crazy for me.
I'm afraid. Please lay it on me.
You should be scared because it's ridiculous.
I can't wait.
I was just thinking, it'd be crazy if
oh God.
I can't think of his name.
Who?
If Richard was Locke's son. Boom! I just blew people's minds.
Oh my God.
Yeah, right? Isn't that crazy?
No fucking way.
Yeah.
How's that possible?
I don't think so. It just popped in my head and I had to say it.
How is Richard a teenager? I guess, okay. Oh God. Oh my God.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, that's crazy.
Exactly.
That is a theory. Let me tell you, if you're right about that, that's the best theory ever.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying, because I never would have thought of that. Ever.
I don't even know how that would work, but if it happens, my mouth will be agape.
I think everyone's mouth will be agape simultaneously. So the only way I can make that work is, he went back in time or something, and somehow never aged after a certain point.
Don't even try to make it work.
Okay.
Don't even try.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bothered.
I don't know. What more reasonable people can we theorize here?
I'm gonna theorize maybe it's young Mr. Prop error, and there's actually no kid.
Young Mr. Prop error. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced that that's necessarily something. I mean, the only reason we could read it is someone did a screen cap and blew it up and magnified it and reversed the.
Hey, everything else in there was true. That's all I'm saying.
You're right, but they have had props before that were fucked up in various ways.
Yeah.
So I'm reluctant to believe props when they have things that, seem crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll do that, but on the other hand, like Jack seems to say he didn't know that he killed himself, and I think I don't think the newspaper article actually says that he killed himself. I think it just says that he was found.
Yeah, that's right. It just said he was found in his apartment, but it didn't. And she's saying it didn't say that.
Like it sounded like he killed himself based on the article, but I don't think it explicitly said that.
Yeah, and she says the obituary didn't mention the hanging,
right,
or the killing of himself or whatever. But yeah, I don't know who else it could be. I feel like it's something weird. Maybe it's Dan. Just
oh God,
Dan with everybody.
Man, this is the season of who's daddy and who's mommy and who's sister and
who's baby and
it's ridiculous.
Oh,
and Jack
man.
and Kate have a kid, and that kid turns out to be Charlie, and then they're Adam and Eve.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's just there's so many relationships this season. That just seems to be a theme. It's
relationships.
Weird. But I'm gonna throw in for the moment with that article's not correct in that case, and he doesn't actually have a kid, and we're not going to find out about a kid.
All right.
That's going to be my guess.
And it could just be the alias that he was using is tied to someone who had a kid or something.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
Like
they
that.
could do that too. Sure. If they want to actually make the prop work.
So she says there are probably many reasons why Locke would have killed himself, which is a strange thing to say about anyone.
What's strange about that?
He had a ton of reasons to kill himself. He could have picked either one.
Don't get me started. Yeah.
And she says he's going to be a proxy, a substitute. Thank you, Miss Thesaurus.
That was a little Oleana moment.
Yeah, exactly. But
does it mean a substitute? Well, then say it, for God's sake.
Why say proxy if you just didn't say substitute? And I'd like to think Jack knows what proxy means.
I think Jack knows what proxy means. He graduated Columbia a year ahead of everyone else.
Yeah.
I think he knows proxy.
I think he does. But here's the thing. She seems to insinuate that Locke did it. One of the reasons he did it was to be this proxy, but I don't know if that's true. I'm wondering if that was why. If he was like, well, I'm going to kill myself because I know I need to be a proxy for Jack's dad.
Yeah, I don't see him doing that. He did think that he had to die. I mean, we know that.
Yeah.
So, Richard basically said you have to die. Now, he didn't tell him why. So, I mean, Locke seems to rarely know why he has to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to assume that he didn't know that this is what he had to do for the moment. that he knew he had to kill himself, but he didn't necessarily know exactly why.
I think it would be weird if Locke killed himself without a very big, great reason. If he killed himself just on faith, I don't know about that. I don't know how I'd feel about that. I want to believe. I don't know what I want to believe, but I want to believe he knew, but I kind of don't think he did. So it's weird.
Yeah.
But I just don't see him doing that without knowing that it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't see him knowing, though.
Well, we'll find out soon.
I guess we might, yeah.
So I did like writing wise that, you know, when she's talking about this whole substitute thing, Jack says a substitute for who, and she never says a substitute for your father. She just, you know, but it comes across obviously, but she doesn't actually say that line. I did like that. She just says, who do you think? You need to recreate the original conditions of the flight. You need to get something of your father and give it to John. Like, she doesn't actually answer his question, which I kind of liked.
I see. Yeah.
You know, they didn't have to go, you know, hit us over the head with it. It was, I don't know, I like how she did that.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, and Jack thinks this is all ridiculous, and stop thinking how ridiculous it is, and start asking yourself whether or not you believe it's going to work. And then, of course, I hate the line, that's why it's called a leap of faith, Jack. Did Ben not say that at some point? Did he say something like that to somebody? Or Locke? Someone said a line like that.
They do a lot of that. You're probably right. I don't remember.
That's why they call it balancing your checkbook. It's just fine. Here's a phrase, and that's why they say that.
Yeah, yeah. They've definitely done a that's why they call it thing before.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember what it was. That's why they call it balancing your checkbook. That's a good one. I always wondered.
Yeah, I always wondered why when I'm balancing my checkbook that's why they call it that.
Sacrifice. Christian said it in the last episode.
Yes,
that's why they call it a sacrifice.
You get the gold star.
Thank you. Very good, son.
Very good. You've been paying attention.
Yeah, I knew they had said that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that connects with that somehow. She's talking about sacrifice, and he's talking about sacrifice, and she's talking about leap of faith.
Yeah, and the line, you know, start asking yourself whether or not you believe it's going to work. Doesn't that tie into how ridiculous it is?
Yeah. It should at least.
Yeah.
But apparently in this bizarro world, the crazier it seems, you just have to get over it.
Get over it and say, do you think it's going to work?
And just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you should think it's going to work, but you have every reason to think that it won't.
Yeah, and he sort of has no reason to think it's going to work, other than that this lady is telling him it might.
Right, yeah.
You know, it's an unpredictable recreation, or a recreation with unpredictable results, and he's supposed to decide whether or not he thinks it's going to work. I mean, she already said the outcome is unpredictable.
Yeah.
As a man of science, he should be conflicted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird. So we got the next scene here, where Jack comes out and Ben seems like he's praying. I don't know if he is.
I kind of thought the way he was playing it, it was like, you can believe he's praying if you want, or you can believe he's just sitting like that.
I got the sense he was just sort of thinking. He was definitely in a contemplative mood.
Yeah.
But not necessarily praying, but maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's.
And
I feel like it's right on the line.
I mean, there's a fine line there, right? If contemplating some big thing and praying.
Yeah.
I guess it all depends on who you want to be listening.
I don't quite see Ben praying. On the other hand, he has made explicit references in this scene and in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So, as much as just about any other character. So, it's hard for me to believe based on who I know he is. But they've presented it that way. So, like, I could buy, I guess, that that's what he's supposed to be doing here. But it seemed right on the line. He easily could have not been.
Michael Emerson, genius.
Yeah.
I mean, in considering what he had this loose end to tie up, which we'll talk about in a second.
Yes.
So this is definitely a scene where there's a lot going on, and he's about to go do this crazy thing. So he definitely should be, thinking about a lot of stuff. I was going to say, I don't know, where God fits in a world like this. I don't know what you're supposed to think about, afterlife and God and all this stuff when you're sort of living in this world where all this crazy stuff is going on. I don't know if that would, affirm your belief or make you question your belief.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ben has definitely said a lot of things which makes it seem like he, believes in God and all that. So
yeah.
I mean, hey, a spinal surgeon fell out of the sky, so ipso facto, right?
That's right. That's right. Post hoc ergo propter hoc.
Exactly.
And other Latin phrases.
Language of the enlightened, my friends.
Yeah. That's right. But not only that, God can't see this island.
God don't know what's going on in this island.
Not forget that. I never will.
It's like, then how did God see that Ben had cancer?
I know.
I guess he emailed him. Oh, wait, what am I saying? Facebook.
Oh, another level. Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. God's on Facebook. He's got a network.
Yeah. So,
which means, of course, when you click on, view pictures of God, he's been tagged in everyone's picture ever because God's always with us. So in every photo you take, there's God in there. So his picture count is like infinity or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's an infinite amount of pictures in the world.
There are. Who knew? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I really didn't think there was anything infinite in the universe, but apparently pictures did it.
Pictures.
It's pretty good.
Who knew?
God has a Facebook page and other things you learned on the Lost Lowdown. New book coming this summer.
That's why they call it the Lost Lowdown.
Oh, God. Yeah. So Ben tells us, a very explicit religious story. Do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, I want to say something about this.
Okay.
So what I want to say is the fact that, Jack comes out after hearing all this really crazy stuff, and then, on top of having to go back to the island and leave, the real world and all that, and bring all these people back, and, just all this stuff that would be, too much for a character anyway. She brings up the old wounds with his dad, So he comes out, he's going through all this crap, and he asks Ben, who is she? Why is she helping us? How does she know all this? And instead of an answer that relates to his questions, Ben tells this story about another man in history who was conflicted and didn't believe in the seemingly miraculous, and then he was convinced. By what? By physical proof and evidence.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? The moral of the story is he should have believed already. I think.
Exactly.
And that's a weird moral.
Yeah, I mean the whole point is the point that he says is we're all convinced at some point.
Yeah.
Which seems to mean don't worry that you're not convinced now, because you will be convinced at some point. Which is sort of rest your faith in the fact that you will be convinced.
Yeah.
But in the story, Thomas is convinced by a proof.
Yeah.
By actually touching the wounds.
Yeah.
So it's very strange. The story works until you sort of realize that point.
Right.
Because it's a little counterintuitive.
Yeah. Like, he's convinced because he has reason to be convinced. And Ben's telling Jack, just do it anyway, and you'll be convinced later. And so it's I don't know.
I mean, Thomas was asking for the same thing Jack is asking for, which is proof, and Thomas got it and Jack has not.
Right.
So it's very strange, and I didn't really like the whole thing of Ben just spouting this story sort of out of the blue. I mean, I guess the painting was there and he saw it or whatever, but I don't know. I didn't really like that. It came off too something for me.
Yeah. Yeah,
a little contrived or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Weird.
So we're all convinced sooner or later. Which I mean, I don't even know what point Jack is convinced. I mean,
when he gets like back to the island, maybe.
Well, he should have been convinced before that, right?
Oh, I guess. I mean, but I guess I thought the point was, just do it now and believe it later.
Okay. Well, yes. Okay. So not that he will do it once he's convinced.
Yeah. Like do it knowing that you'll eventually be convinced.
Mhm.
Live with the fact that you're not convinced for now.
So maybe the story he was trying to say, if Thomas had just believed in the beginning, he wouldn't have needed proof later.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And he would have got it eventually anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. All right.
It is weird. It's a weird story. It's a weird scene. I don't know.
So Ben made a promise to an old friend. He's got a loose end to tie up. What do you think he's going to go do?
Oh God.
Should we save that for the aftermath? Or,
Maybe we should, because there's a little bit more there to help along with the theory. So
all right, we'll come back to that.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. Okay, so next scene.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the next scene, Jack is sitting in a bar, looking at a drink. He gets a call. Someone has, so we sort of cut over, and he's at this place, and apparently someone has left a facility and will have to leave if he does it again. At this point, we don't know who they're talking about. So Jack goes and talks to this person, Ray, and they talk, blah, 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 blah. Just going to omit that. We find out that Ray is Jack's grandfather. Jack is not with Kate anymore, as he tells Ray. Jack might be going away for a while. Jack is unpacking Ray's suitcase, and he finds a pair of his dad's shoes. Jack asks if he can take them, and Ray agrees.
All right. So the first thing I want to point out, which is one of the things in terms of the directing of this episode, the little scene where Jack is at the bar, was one of the strangest scenes I've seen on Lost, because if you notice, the way they lit Jack's close-ups, half of his face is orange and half of his face is blue, and it looks awesome. It's great, but it's weird, and it's a little, I think, heavy-handed, because this is sort of Jack deciding which way he's going to go, kind of a thing, and he's unsure, and I don't know. I guess they're trying to show that visually. But it's sort of a subtle thing. But the lighting was really interesting. Especially orange and blue, I think, are pretty much on the opposite of the color wheel, so they don't really, go well together. But they look interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one thing I thought really stood out directing wise.
I see. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, if you go back,
usual.
it's pretty clear. It's pretty.
I believe you. I believe it's.
Yeah.
I'm sure as soon as I see it, I'll be like, oh man, how did I not even notice that?
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like, you're not often in a place where, one side of the room has this lighting, the other side of the room has completely opposite lighting.
Right.
And the blue is supposed to be coming from the bar area, which is in front of Jack and not to his left side, but, that's what they do.
Hey. Yeah.
So we got the next scene with Ray and Jack. I like this whole thing. Jack's granddad. I really liked the actor and how he played this part. For just a short scene.
I think I've seen this guy before.
Yeah, he's definitely been in stuff.
I recognized him. I kept trying to think. The whole time the scene was there, I was trying to remember where I've seen this guy before. I never did.
Yeah, I don't know either. I've definitely seen him in something.
Yeah. Yeah. It was kind of weird. I was surprised Jack's grandfather's still alive.
Well, surprised Jack had a grandfather, right?
Well, there's that. Yeah.
That was out of the blue.
It was out of the blue. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what they were doing with this scene, and then it was like, oh, okay. Yeah, but I think the real point of all this is to get him the shoes.
It's definitely to get him the shoes. It was weird how he called him Ray like half of the scene, and then he just calls him Granddad once they reveal, that's the reveal. But
right.
It was like, well, why didn't you just call him Granddad from the beginning? Oh wait, we're on a TV show.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
But yeah, so he gets him the shoes. I don't know. I thought it was a little weird though. I mean, I definitely think it's just about the shoes, but to me, it's weird to bring up this, Jack's granddad, who he seems, somewhat close to, as close as he can be, I would say. He definitely seems to like him.
Yeah, they definitely seem to have a better relationship than he did with his actual dad. Yeah,
and it's a little sad to me that we find our introduction to him is sort of in this sad situation where he's just miserable on this nursing home, and all he wants to do is leave and escape, and that's all very interesting, but it's just like, yeah, Jack's going to be leaving now. You're the one person who you sort of have left is going to be going to some place you can never find him, and you want to disappear too. It was just this weird. I don't know. It was a lot going on, which is nice, but it was just kind of sad.
Yeah, it was. It's true.
Like, I'd love to spend time with you. This would make you feel better, and make me feel better. But yeah, I got to go back to the island now. Bye.
Mhm. Yeah, and it does seem like they're trying to parallel the fact that he wants to leave.
Mhm.
Because they bring that up. They have Jack say the same thing. Anywhere is better than here, or something like that.
Yeah, like when he says, where are you going to go? And he says, a place better than here or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, this is weird. I don't know what to do with this scene.
Yeah, to introduce a character like this in the middle of the whole big arc that's going on.
Yeah.
Strange.
It was very strange. And I think, yeah, I don't know. He just he didn't look as old as I feel like he should be.
Yeah. I mean, Jack is what, late 30s, early 40s.
Yeah.
So his dad's probably 60s.
Yeah.
60s, 70s. So this guy should be like late 80s, early 90s at the least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't look that old. Like, he looks maybe slightly older than, the guy who plays Jack's dad.
Yeah.
Like, barely. So that's why it threw me when he said granddad. I was like, really? This guy's supposed to be your, like, wow, okay. If you tell me it, I believe it, but it's just weird.
Yeah, the actor is apparently 69.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So he's a little bit younger than what you might expect.
Yeah. Yeah. He's old, but,
And 69 is the new 29.
Now that I will not allow.
Is it too far?
Yeah, too far, sir. I'm sorry. 59, okay, maybe. 49, you're pushing it. 29, no fucking way.
All right. Okay, so Jack finds the shoes. Anything else?
What else can you say?
I did like this scene. To me, I really liked pretty much all of the sort of Jack-centric scenes. I really liked for some reason in this episode. There's this dark quality going on in this episode, sort of culminating in another, like, the next scene.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah. No, I like the scene too, but I just don't know what to say about it. I mean, it's very, it's character focused. Which is fine, but there isn't that much to talk about.
All right. Next scene.
Yeah. Okay. So in the next scene, Jack's back home. It's at night. He looks in various cabinets, finally finding some alcohol. And he pours himself a drink, and he hears a noise somewhere in the house. So he walks towards the noise, and slowly, very slowly, and it turns out to be Kate lying on Jack's bed.
Dead.
Not dead, though.
Oh, not dead. Okay.
Almost. She did look dead, actually, but she wasn't. Jack asks Kate what she's doing there. She asks if he's going back to the island, and then she says she's going with him. Jack asks about Aaron, and Kate says, if you want me to go with you, you will never ask me about Aaron. Jack agrees, and so they start kissing.
Okay, I want to ask you about Aaron. Now let's look out.
Yeah. When you read it out like that, it doesn't sound like it would work.
Missed a little bit of that emotional arc there.
A bit of a non sequitur. But they sort of made it work.
Yeah, they made it work. So this scene here was probably one of the strangest scenes ever on Lost. It was so dark and scary and very Lynchian, I might add. It was. I love this scene. Like the one before where he's talking to Ray and he's got the shoes. Like I think he we're in this room that's pretty well lit. It's pretty bright, and then we cut to Jack coming into his dark apartment, just really, really dark, and he's distraught. He's looking for alcohol. He hears this sound. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. Then we get these long shots of him going into his bedroom, which are almost straight out of Lost Highway.
Yeah.
The only difference is the curtain we see in the hallway is blue instead of red. And we go down the long and we see these close-ups of Jack, and it was pretty suspenseful. And then the slow peek around the corner of the bedroom, and he finds this body, and you don't know who it is or if she's alive. And and then even when he when we see it's Kate, to me it looked like her throat was cut.
Wow.
Like, I didn't know what was going on. Because you see this sort of shadow on her neck, and she looked dead, and I didn't know what was going on here. And then, then she gets up and she's talking and she's all noir and she's all dark and don't ask me about my son and don't ever, it was awesome, but it was so crazy. I chalk a lot of that up to the directing, because it was a lot darker than they usually go.
Yeah. I didn't make that connection, but yeah, I can definitely see that. It was definitely a very strangely it's the suspense came out of nowhere. Like I really didn't expect it to go here. And she just like walks into his house and just like flops down on his bed and lays there like I still can't quite envision how that happened.
I assumed she was already there and
oh, she was already there. Okay. All right, thank you.
I assumed she was already there and sort of came out of the bathroom or came out of some place where she would have need to just lay down afterwards.
I imagine she had just walked in and she was just like...
No, I think she was already back there.
Okay, all right.
I mean, it is still weird, like, how she got in, like, all that stuff. But,
I think you're right. Okay, that works better. I just couldn't figure out why she would just walk in and then flop down on his bed and not say a word.
Yeah.
It just seemed really strange. But, yeah, she was already there, and she could have just been laying there, and she made a sound, and that's what caused him to go in there. But you're right. She's behaving like this is a 180 from where Kate was in the last episode.
Totally.
She said, "You guys are crazy." She takes Aaron. She gets the fuck out of there. She doesn't want any part of the island. She's going to sit there and take care of her son, and that's it.
Yep.
1 day later, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, I think she had, after she leaves with Aaron, I think she has, time to sort of, she's compelled to think about what she wants to do. And, she sort of realizes that she needs to go back to the island. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, I don't really think anything happened that, like, we'll see a scene where, someone comes up to her and convinces her to leave or anything. But it's definitely a 180 from where we saw her before. I have some theory. I have a theory about Aaron. What do you think is up with Aaron?
I do not have a theory about Aaron, so I'm waiting to hear yours.
Well, my theory about Aaron is what I said before, which is that Aaron's grandmother has him, Claire's mother. That she.
Why couldn't she say that?
Well, I don't think because it's good writing.
Okay.
But I think I think what happened was, she knew that Claire's mom was in town, and she basically went to her and gave her Aaron and said, this is your grandson, blah blah blah. She told her whatever parts of the story that she felt were necessary, and had to give up her son, basically. So I don't think she wants to talk about it, which is why she said that, because she had to give him up.
So we're going back to your theory about
about Aaron not coming back to the island.
Yeah, which is definitely true, apparently.
I mean, because if we go this whole season and we find out the only reason that Claire's mom was in town was for the red herring that she wanted Aaron, I think that's lame.
I see.
I really think that Aaron, that she gave Aaron to Claire's mom.
Okay, so she just felt somewhat guilty about feeling like she abandoned him or something like that, and that's why she just doesn't want to be asked about it. Yeah. But it's not some crazy, like, disturbing thing. She just gave it to his family.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. I mean,
if I were her, I'd be willing to say that, but,
Yeah, it's...
Because there's a lot worse things you could do. I mean, really, the family should know about Aaron anyway. I mean, it really wasn't right for them not to have a clue.
Yeah.
You know? So, I mean, I really think...
Well, Claire was giving the baby up for adoption anyway.
I know.
As Kate says.
Yes, that's true, though that may be. I still think they have a right to know that her kid survived and he's out in the world and, you know, even if she was going to give her up for adoption.
Hey, Aaron is Jack's family, too.
That's right.
I'm just going to quote lines.
Fair enough. You can answer every question I have with another line. It'll work.
That's what they call a leap of faith.
All right.
So
yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, when it comes to Kate, if you're talking about a mystery, it's probably something like that. It was silly of me to think it was something crazier. Now I realize you're probably right, because the whole thing about what Kate did, like the resolution to that was along the same lines. Like, what she did was something that, you know, her, you know, she had good intentions, and you know, and maybe it was a bad thing, but it's questionably bad. I mean, she definitely killed a very bad person, and so, you know, whatever. You know, this is along the same lines. Like, she feels guilty about doing this, and she's upset, but like, you know, it's hard to see it as being a really awful thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way she would have done anything bad to Aaron or to hurt him, or, you know, I mean, the way, like I said, the scene is really dark, and it comes off like that something sinister is going on. But, you know, it's Kate. She was, you know, she felt like Aaron's mother. There's no way she's going to do anything to, I mean, I think if Claire's mom wasn't in town, Kate would try to take Aaron with her.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah.
So I don't think anything.
But I'm still wondering how she decides she wants to go back to the island. I mean, there's been no hint so far that she. In fact, I mean, if anything, she's been told not to go. I guess she was told not to bring Aaron.
Not to bring
with
Aaron.
her. But even then, she still wasn't quite told to go.
Here's the thing, though. And the question I want to ask about, you know, you can ask this of Jack and Kate, is why do they want to go back to the island? You know, at what point, you know, Jack is told he needs to go back. The people on the island are in trouble, but he doesn't know what that means.
Yeah.
You know, and so, you know, I think it's a little weird for Jack to sort of be willing to go back on just the notion that the island wants him back.
Yeah, I got the sense that somehow Jack's deciding to want to go back had something to do with, he met Locke, and, you know, he saw his dad a couple times. There was a scene with Hurley. There were these various things coming up that vaguely made him think he had to go back. And then Locke, you know, tells him he has to go back, and then he finds out Locke's dead. He sort of gets obsessed with this. Like, I agree, it's kind of shaky, but they've at least established that Jack wants to go back. He's ready.
Yeah.
Kate has never expressed interest in going back.
Yeah.
So far, and even the day before this scene, you know, it has not so far had any sort of desire to do that, and so it's just hard for me to believe she would turn around so quickly and decide to do it without some kind of catalyst.
I think I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll see what made her want to do it. Does she know that the people on the island are in trouble?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think so.
What was weird in this scene too was when she asked Jack, "Are you still going back to the island?" He says yes, but like, what if he had said no?
Yeah.
And she just did whatever she did with Aaron. Like, she'd be really pissed.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how that would have played out.
Yeah, like, holy fuck, you're not going back? Crap, I just, whatever, like.
Whoops.
Whoops, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I think there's something there with Kate. I think she wants to be with Jack, but I also think she wants to go back and make sure Sawyer's okay.
Yeah,
and
that's
there's still the thing about what Sawyer told her.
Yes, there is.
Which hopefully he didn't say never come back to the island.
Hopefully not. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Because she was doing something.
Yeah, she was doing something.
And I don't think she was not. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. So yeah, no, she was doing something, and he told her to do something, and presumably at some stage we'll find out what that was. At this point, I don't care that much, but I still feel like we'll find out. I don't know if it matters, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's there.
Kate,
it's one of those
Kate was weird. Kate was weird. From this scene on, she's weird.
She is totally weird for the rest of the episode.
Yeah.
She is not acting like normal Kate. And that's what makes me think something happened. It's just hard for me to believe. She
gave up her son.
Yeah, is that
to
it?
Go back to
but why
go
would
off
she
on
do
this
that?
crazy adventure.
I mean, why would she do that? That's.
Well, I don't think the island is a place to raise Aaron.
Yeah.
And Claire told her not to.
Yes. No, I agree that if she's going to go back to the island, then she shouldn't take Aaron. But why does she want to go back to the island?
Oh, well, like I said, I think it's.
I guess there's
Jack
Sawyer. I agree. That's definitely there. But she hasn't seemed to care that much about that. I don't know. Okay. Well, we'll maybe find out.
We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, next scene.
And the other thing I wanted to mention was I think it's strange for Jack to so quickly agree not to ever ask about Aaron.
I agree.
Considering that's his nephew, this is the baby she was taking care of, and now she's like, he's not here. Don't ever ask me about him. And he's just like, okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a stretch. Jack has to swallow a lot of people telling him not to ask questions.
Yeah.
So that's just a running gag here in this episode. Or the answer to your question doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Gets a lot of that.
All right, next scene.
Okay, so in the next scene, at least Kate doesn't say it doesn't matter. That would be a stretch.
Or it's complicated.
Yeah, oh gosh. So the next scene is the morning after. Jack is pouring some coffee. Kate comes in. Kate sees the shoes. Jack tells her they were his dad's. Jack tells Kate that he didn't want to bother to give his dad nice shoes for the funeral, so he gave him some white tennis shoes. Kate says, why hold on to them if they make you sad? The phone rings. Kate leaves. It's Ben on the phone. Ben is in a marina area. His face is covered in blood. Ben wants Jack to pick up Locke's coffin. The end.
All right. And his body, too.
Oh, yeah, with the body in it.
Probably with the body in there.
Package thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Locke and the coffin.
Locke and the coffin. Together at last.
Mm-hmm. One night only.
Try the fish. So the morning after, things seem sort of okay between the two of them. They're just pretending, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Kate seems off, as she does for the rest of this episode.
Yeah, I really wanted Jack to, he's saved by the bell, literally,
mm-hmm.
But I wanted him to explain the shoes to her and to see what she would say about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, Kate, I have them because I need to give them to Locke because he's going to be a proxy for my dad. By proxy, I mean substitute. Yeah, and he seems like he might have said it, but then, of course, the phone rang, so.
Right, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they like that.
Yeah.
Interrupt things, and then you never have to address them again. It's very nice.
And then Kate just leaves.
I'm out of here.
What is she going to go do?
I don't know.
They're both going to the same place fairly shortly. But she's just going to meet him at the airport, and all right, that's weird.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're leaving, the real world for, like, the last time, presumably, I don't know.
Yeah, this is more Kate being weird.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like you want to do something before you left, right?
Yeah.
Like, eat your favorite food, or I don't know, dude. Bring something you might want on the island, or sort of prepare.
Yeah, this time they get to know that's what they're doing, so they can actually prepare for it. But it doesn't seem like they do.
Nobody really does. No one really prepares. They just sort of, show up.
Yeah. Seems like they pack like they're going to Guam.
It's been 3 years. It's not like it's been, a few weeks since they've been off the island, and they're sort of, it's not a big deal to go back. They've gotten reacclimated to regular life.
Yeah.
And now they're going to go, to the opposite of that. So it's a little strange.
It is, yeah.
But at least the characters, at least Kate, but most of the characters are sort of behaving realistically, I think, as much as as much as we've seen them.
Yeah.
So Ben, let's talk about Ben, I guess.
Okay, Ben time. So Ben went to do something to tie up a loose end, and I presume that this is the result of that.
Yeah.
So,
well, I have a crazy theory.
Oh boy! All right, let's have it.
I think Ben promised an old friend that he would play the bloody murderer in his friend's play, and that's what Ben just got through doing.
Okay, very nice.
And before he walked out on stage, someone said break a leg, but he actually broke his arm.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oh.
So a little bit of irony there. Not perfect irony, but pretty close.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay. So, do you have a real theory, or is that your real theory?
I think Ben went to try to kill Penny.
Okay, there's your real theory. Yeah.
There's the real theory.
So, me too. Here's the problem. Or not the problem, but I can't maybe you usually help with this. I can't quite envision how this worked. So Ben goes to kill Penny, and a few minutes later, his face is bloody, and he's talking on the phone to Jack. So, what exactly happened there? I mean, I can't quite make that work. Like, Desmond shows up and just beats him up, and he goes on his way. Like, how is that supposed to have happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
I agree. It's a little weird. I definitely think, I don't think he killed Penny.
I don't think he killed Penny either.
Yeah, she's got a baby.
She does. Yeah.
And if Desmond goes back to the island and she doesn't come with him, they're not going to leave the baby an orphan.
That's right.
I just don't see that happening. It's Charlie. It's little Charlie.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening. So I'm thinking something like he went to go kill her, but maybe, and then, Desmond sort of shows up, but then some other people show up. I think something like that happens. Some bad guys show up.
Do you think Saeed's involved in this?
I don't. I think Saeed is off getting arrested from doing something else.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Ben was up to. But I don't. I don't know. I feel like it was. I mean, whose blood is that? I mean, is it just his blood? I mean,
I think it's at least partially his blood.
Well,
I mean,
at least
he's
partially.
got like a bunch of scrapes
his
and
face
cuts
is all
on
cut
his
up
face.
and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm definitely confused by this. I mean, they're at a marina.
Yeah.
We know that Penny and Desmond
We're on a
sailed
boat.
there.
Yeah. Yeah. That definitely works. It's just, yeah, okay, so your idea is like some other people show up.
Yeah.
And they sort of beat Ben up and leave him there. That's the part I can't get my head around.
Well, maybe Ben goes to kill Penny. He's about to do it. The other bad guys show up. They get Ben, and then Desmond shows up and saves them all.
Okay, and then Ben just leaves.
Well, he sort of escapes.
Oh, he just escaped. He runs away.
Yeah,
After
Desmond
something
like that.
Okay.
To me, it's weird. I mean, I think Desmond would probably want to kill Ben.
Me too.
Desmond
that's
knew
the part.
that,
yeah, that's the part that I can't quite figure out. Cause yeah.
Well, maybe Ben shows up with the intention of killing Penny. He finds out that she's got a kid, and he's sort of going to change his mind, but it doesn't really matter because this is when the other bad guys show up.
I see.
And so it's never really out in the open that he's there to kill Penny, so Desmond doesn't have to really do anything.
I see. Okay.
I think something along those lines is going on. I don't see Ben. I mean, I see Ben finding out that Penny's a mother, and then I don't see him wanting to kill her after that. He's cold-hearted, but that's pretty much. That's a bit much. I mean, he knows what it's like to lose a child.
Right.
And he would be doing this to Widmore
and
for
a
payback.
mother.
And a mother.
Sort of.
Yeah. So he's, I just don't see that happening.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll buy that. I didn't think about the third party. I guess for some reason I thought Saeed was involved.
Saeed definitely could have done that, but I feel like when Saeed sees Ben on the plane, I don't know. The look they exchanged, I don't know, it wasn't like I just kicked your ass and broke your arm. I didn't really get that from Saeed's look.
Yeah, I didn't either. Yeah.
Because what would Saeed do? Beat him up and leave him there? I mean, like...
Yeah, I know. That's the part I could never make work.
Yeah.
I could always get him to start, doing the beating, but then the ending never worked for me, where they're just like, okay, you can go now. That just doesn't make sense to me. This episode has a lot of this. A lot of this, like, something happened and...
can't quite make things work.
Yeah. It doesn't quite seem to work out. There's some missing part of this. I guess that's the point. They love that.
They love it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I agree that he went to kill Penny. The intermediate steps, I don't know, but
it could be. Yeah, I mean, it could be Widmore's guys. Widmore wants to find out where his daughter is.
Yeah, Widmore knows that Ben, was going to try to kill Penny, and so he could have been tailing them or something because he knew they were, when Desmond came to visit him, he knew she was close by, and so maybe he put some. Yeah, I mean that's pretty reasonable actually.
Yeah, I'm
ready to buy that.
Yeah, I think it's something along those lines. If it's something crazier than that, I don't know what.
Yeah. Okay. I'm satisfied.
All right. Well, great.
So, okay. So, you ready for the next scene?
Yeah.
Okay. So the next scene, we go back to the butcher shop, and Jack, not we, Jack. Sorry. Jack goes to the butcher shop and meets Jill, who we remember from whenever a couple episodes ago.
Did they fall down a hill, Jack and Jill?
Oh,
carrying
no.
a pail of water. Yikes.
Wow. I didn't even think about that.
You know, when I didn't think about that specifically, but when he asked, "Are you Jill?" I that came off strange to me, and I didn't know why until I just thought until you said Jack and Jill. Now I realized why that was weird.
Are you Jack?
I know, it's like, you know, they reunited from eons ago.
At long last.
I know.
We went to get that pail of water, and
we never quite made it back up that hill.
You broke your crown, and then I tumbled after you.
I remember now. I remember. Oh, man. Where's that movie?
Wow. I didn't even... That's good. Jill. Yeah. Good point. Okay, so they have a lot of catching up to do, but Jill takes him to the back room, and Jack waits there while Jill goes to get the van, and then Jack goes over to where the coffin's stored, and he opens the coffin. He sees Locke in there, takes off Locke's shoes, and puts his dad's shoes on Locke. He says that Locke's probably laughing his ass off that Jack's doing this crazy thing. And then Jack takes out the suicide note and slips it inside Locke's jacket. He's heard everything Locke has to say. He's going back to the island, so he doesn't need to read the note. And that's it.
All right. Remind me, I have a really crazy thing to bring up. I'll probably say it at the end. Oh, it's about a character who who's been mentioned, but we don't know who it is, and I want to bring it up.
Okay.
But it doesn't really relate to this episode specifically.
I see. Okay. You think you'll remember later?
Yeah. I wrote it down. Just remind me.
Okay, good.
So. Yeah, nothing too crazy here.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I like how she asks what's in the bag, and she's like, sorry, yikes. And Jack gives her that look like, don't ask.
What is in the bag? Oh, the shoes.
The shoes, yeah, I guess that's really the only thing in there.
I was wondering why they did that. It's like, why is she asking about his bag? Like, lay off, lady. What's your problem?
Lay off.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically, she's saying, hey, audience, look at the bag that he's got.
Yeah.
Don't you wonder what's in it? And then next part, you can see what's in it when he takes the shoes out.
All right. God, I didn't even, damn it. Okay. Good.
And it's this kind of crafted scene where, she's like, Ben said, give you the van. I got to pull it around back. Give me about 5 minutes, which, a perfect amount of time for him to do what he needs to do.
Yeah.
Have a private moment. It's not like he gets in there and she's like, all right, Ben told me you were coming. The van's all ready.
Mm-hmm.
Let's load up the body.
Yeah.
He was able to have in the place.
And then he would have had to wait and do it later or something.
That's the thing. The butcher shop was closed. No one else was there. He got to have the private moment with him. And the it's writing. What do you do?
It is.
What do you do?
Yeah, classic writing.
So I like this little talk that Jack has with classic Jack. Of like, I'm not gonna read this. It's like, I'm petty just like you, Locke. I'm not gonna read your last dying words, which was me.
Yeah, thanks, Jack.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do you that small bit of human kindness and read your last words, your suicide note.
Mm-hmm.
Because the note could say, I was wrong, Jack. Don't come back to the island.
Yeah.
It really could. I mean, and right when Jack was like, I did what you said. You wanted me to come back. I'm coming back. But it's just like, man, he left you a note.
Yeah.
You really should read that.
Yeah. If you think you're following what he told you to do, it's worth hearing his final message.
Exactly.
Yeah. Way to go, Jack.
Jack. But having him having to change the shoes and just from an emotional level, it's really interesting what's going on here. The whole relationship with Jack and Locke, and now Locke's dead, and he's putting on his father's shoes, and it is crazy. It's literally crazy. And I'm glad Jack kept saying that, because it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Jack Locke relationship is strange. It's it develops. It all starts, I think, when Boone dies.
Yeah.
And
that's when the division happened.
Yeah, I think that's where Jack was like, Locke, you've gone too far. You're doing all this stuff that you think's destiny, but people are just dying around you. And then it continues through season 2, where they bicker about the button and the hatch and various other. Season 2 is the bickering era.
Yeah.
They didn't really have major conflict.
Well,
they just
that's where they moved in together, and the first time living together, and then they start bickering and arguing, and
yeah, that's where they realize this isn't working, and then eventually, Jack gets kidnapped, and then I guess the next stage of the relationship is when Locke blows up the submarine.
Yeah.
And prevents Jack from leaving the island, and I think that's a big one for Jack. He holds a grudge about that, and so Locke comes out and kills Naomi, and then
oops,
and then
strike 3, right?
Yeah, Jack doesn't care for that either. And so at the beginning of season 4, that's the big scene where he confronts Locke and basically shoots him in the face, only the gun isn't loaded.
Yeah.
That's sort of the height of the conflict, I'd say. And then they don't speak for the rest of the season until the finale, where, Locke tells them they're not supposed to leave, but, if they're going to leave, then they have to lie. And, they have one scene there at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And now they haven't spoken at all this season. And still somehow this relationship is central to the plot. And it's just kind of strange because they just they haven't really interacted that much since season 3. And even in season 3 they didn't interact that much. Yeah. It was really season 2, last time they were around each other a lot. Mm-hmm. And yet somehow that's, that struggle or back and forth or whatever about, what the island means and what they're supposed to do is, is carrying the show forward. It's just kind of strange to me.
Yeah, it's definitely a central element to the show. A man of science, man of faith. I mean,
yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's just they're pulling a lot of weight from characters who have barely spoken in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of odd to me that they haven't done more. They're just resting on what they did a really long time ago.
Yeah.
So,
How much did you expect Locke to wake up and start talking?
Quite a bit, actually. When he opens that coffin up and he's just lying there, I'm like, man, it's just, he's so going to say something here in a second.
Yeah. When he's like, wherever you are, John, you must be laughing your ass off. And I expected John to go, I'm not laughing, Jack.
Yeah. Something about the way they present him in the scene, he just doesn't seem dead.
Yeah, because he's probably really laying in there.
Well, there is that. Yeah, that's a good point. But he just, I don't know, he just doesn't look dead.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing I want to bring up is, did they actually, perform the, regular, embalming process?
Oh, that's a good point for fans of 6 Feet Under. Yeah. I think we talked about that back last season, about whether his organs and all that has been removed, and he's like all mushy inside with fluid, and
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you do to a dead body to sort of preserve it, and
so people can look at it because dead bodies decay pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And so, realistically, like he was at a funeral home, that stuff should have happened. And yet, if he's gonna be resurrected, I find it hard to believe his organs aren't supposed to be there, and he's filled with this whatever.
I really don't think Locke's body is going to reanimate. I think we'll see Locke again. I don't.
You don't think his body's going to reanimate? I actually do.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I think we might see his body missing, and we will see Locke, but I don't think we're going to see that body wake up.
I see. Yeah,
but
okay.
We'll
I mean, I could see that too, but somehow I do feel like it's going to be the body.
Really?
Yeah. I agree that we might not see it, but I feel like the body will be gone.
I will be upset if we see that because it will make no sense. If his body was embalmed, it makes no sense.
Mhm. I agree.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens with that, but
yeah.
I think Locke is going to be like one of the other apparitions on the island, and I think that's going to be a way for them to sort of bridge the gap between what's really going on there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I guess the thing about the bodies disappearing, it makes you wonder what that has to do with, I mean, it's hard to believe that the bodies actually are reanimated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Yimmy's body was like a skeleton almost,
Yeah,
so
totally.
It's hard to believe that turned into him so quickly and easily. So, yeah, I think you're probably right. And yet, I still wonder, why do the bodies have to disappear?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe in order to get them to, maybe it's just a ritual thing or something, or you move the body to this place and that lets the apparition appear or something, or it might have to do with the the history of the island and all the hieroglyphs and the temple and all that. You place the body at the temple and then it's able to whatever.
Oh dear.
And, I don't know what we're getting into here. So.
You're right. Yeah, I don't either. Good point.
And maybe that's what Smokey is protecting. He's protecting all the dead bodies of Christian and Jacob and I don't know what else.
Yeah.
Claire, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay. All right, fair enough. I agree. Maybe.
How the bodies get to the temple, I don't know.
Yeah, me either. But they get there. How did they get there? They got there.
Exactly. They always got there. So it doesn't matter how they get there because they got there, and they always will because they always did.
Yeah.
So simple.
Very, very simple. Okay, so next scene?
Next scene.
All right, here we go. Next scene. We're at the airport. Jack speaks to an agent about the coffin and the body. Jack says that Bentham was his friend. Bentham being Locke, by the way. Jack sees Kate. Jack hands some paperwork. Signs some paperwork and leaves the counter. A man offers Jack his condolences because his friend died. Jack says thank you. Jack goes over and stands by the security checkpoint. Son comes up and says hello to Jack. Son wants to get on the plane to have a chance of seeing Ben. No, I think that's Jen.
Probably Jen.
Sorry. I typed Ben. I did this hurriedly. Okay. Jack sees Saeed being led by a law enforcement official through security and into the airport. Hurley reads in the gate area. Hurley goes to the gate agent and says there are no standbys because Hurley bought them all. The gate agent checks and says, why did you do that? Hurley says it doesn't matter why. They can.
That's kind of what they're talking about.
What?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's semantics, but.
Okay. Jack comes up to Hurley. Jack says, "How did you know about the?" Hurley says, "All that matters is that I'm here, right?" Jack says he's glad Hurley's there. Hurley says, "Okay, let's do this."
Let's do this thing. I'm Hurley, goddammit.
I came here to kick ass and get on a plane.
And I'm all out of
planes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess it should be there to get on a plane and chew gum.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever. Never mind.
So, this scene is sort of recreating the original situation where Jack was, trying to get on a plane and sort of upset. He's got his father's dead body, blah, blah, blah. It goes a lot better this time.
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't really have to yell at the agent here.
At Nabil, who I guess is his name.
Yeah.
Nabil or Nabil, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yes.
Nabil. It seems very easy to get on a plane with a dead body, by the way.
Yeah.
At least on a Jira Airlines. I don't know. It just seemed pretty easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What else about this scene? So Sun shows up.
Mm-hmm.
They sort of made us believe that she was just gone and didn't want any part of this. But no, she shows up and she thinks Jack shouldn't be surprised.
And I wasn't, because I thought she just left because she had, heard what she had to do and didn't see any reason to hang around. I guess I assumed she was on board. She wanted to go to the island to find Jen, and she'd be there. I wasn't surprised that she showed up.
Yeah, I was surprised in the sense, the way they sort of portrayed it before. It was just like, after all of this sort of scrutiny of the plan, then Sun is just gone.
Mm-hmm.
When they're supposed to, but it all works out. I do have to say, where's Ji Yeon? I'm really concerned about the fact that that Sun is leaving, and she hasn't presumably seen her daughter or talked to her daughter since the night before at the pier on the phone, and I really want to believe that when Sun left earlier, she got on a plane to Korea to go say goodbye to her daughter and flew back. I don't know if that works out time-wise, but it would really make me feel better if she did that.
I see.
It's weird to me she would leave her daughter. I know she loves Jen. It makes sense to a certain degree, but to just be like, I'm going to go on this plane where I might die, on the off chance that Ben is telling the truth, a man who always lies,
Mm-hmm.
and who lied to me about how he knew Jen was alive. He lied to Sun. He said a woman or a person would be able to prove it to her, but no, it was him.
Yeah.
He didn't have to take. It's weird. It's weird to me, but so I don't know, Sun. I don't know. We had a small bit of scrutiny for insinuating Sun was a bad mother, but I gotta say, here it is again. The way they present it, she just doesn't seem that attached.
Yeah.
Or at least her love for Jen is just a bit more or something, or maybe she thinks she can get to the island and find Jen and leave again or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's still weird to me that they would go through this trouble of having her have a kid and then, for her not to be able to be with the kid. So
yeah,
I'm still trying to reconcile that in my mind, and maybe I'll come up with some theory about, how this might all end happily for the for the Kwan family. Is it Kwan?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we did get told off for that. So I just wanted to bring up the part of the point that I can sort of understand. So let's say the reverse happened and Jin got off the island and Sun was still there, and besides that, the plot was exactly the same.
And so Ji-yeon is with a family member in Korea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she could still even be with Sun's grandmother.
Okay.
But yeah, with some family member who's presumably taking reasonably good care of her. Would you feel that about Jin in the situation?
Would I feel that he would be a bad father?
Yeah. That somehow he's very neglectful of his duties as a parent.
I still think it would be strange if they presented the exact same way of, Jin going around the world doing whatever, threatening Widmore, coming to L.A., wanting to kill Ben, talking briefly to his daughter on the phone, putting himself in these dangerous situations, deciding to come back to the island with seemingly not sort of saying a farewell goodbye, at least, to his child. I do think that's the exact same situation, and I think it would make him look the same way.
Okay. So in that case, I can't see that there's sexism there. I mean, it's really just about parental duties rather than womanly duties.
Mm-hmm.
So Sun happens to be a woman, but that's not the reason you're saying that. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that out in case whoever that was is still listening.
Yeah.
I don't know. But okay. So yeah, I mean, I agree on a practical level that she ought to be thinking about her kid maybe a little more. But on the other hand, it doesn't bother me personally that she's doing this. I sort of like that she's leaving the kid behind because I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
So same thing for Kate. I'm glad everybody's just dropping their babies and leaving. Because babies are just not fun as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
So I like it on a plot level that she's willing to do this, but it does seem odd. I mean, she presumably would be attached to this kid. But she does seem to be a bit
narrow focused or something, or just I mean, and again with good cause, nevertheless.
I mean, I totally buy it. I guess I sort of like the idea that maybe she cares more about Jin than about the kid, because that's the opposite of what usually happens. Yeah,
I would agree. I mean, obviously, any gender parent can love their kid greatly, but I do think there's something to be said for a mother-child bond, especially considering her whole history of, trying to get pregnant and couldn't and all this stuff, and, their whole pre-island situation. Like I said, if they tell us, even if they tell us Sun had, with all her money and all her father's money, they built another Concorde and she flew to Korea. She resurrected the Concorde Airlines just so she could fly quick enough and get back. That's fine with me. I really want Sun to have gone to some trouble to say a goodbye to her kid for real. And if that didn't happen, I'm going to be disappointed, because I just think, and I agree with you, I don't really care about the kid being on the show either, but just on a character level, to me it's unfair and sort of untruthful to her character, in my opinion, if she doesn't do something like that. And it makes her seem a little less believable if she's just going to hop on a plane with unpredictable results And, you know, and the thing with Kate is different. You know, Aaron isn't her kid. And it's still hard. It's still emotional to have to give him up. But it's different. It's a totally different situation.
Mm-hmm.
And considering, you know, you've got Claire's mother there, you know, who I think would be benefited by knowing Aaron is around and maybe getting custody of him and all that. So
yeah.
And another thing, a quick aside, is how is, you know, even if she gave Aaron to, you know, Miss Littleton, how is she going to, you know, legally reconcile all that whole situation of the adoption and the whatever that you would need to do, and the, you know, she presumably would take him back to Australia, and
yeah,
goes up with this kid, and I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that does seem like that might be a pain. I was thinking about that in relation to Claire. I mean, she would probably have to go through some amount of trouble to, and also the adoptive parents to adopt a kid from Australia.
Mm-hmm.
There'd probably be some paperwork involved with that.
Totally, some paperwork.
You know, more than if they were, you know, not from, you know, the United States.
Yeah.
Because yeah, there's a citizenship issue, and you know, some sort of.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron isn't even technically an American citizen.
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean,
well,
he wasn't born. Well, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what the rule is. That's a weird one.
I think it has. I think there is some sort of rule about your parents' citizenship status affecting the kid's citizenship status.
Yeah.
But I don't really know.
Yeah. Yeah, if I remember right, I think John McCain was born in like Panama or something.
I think that is right.
You know, he presumably became a citizen at some point. So there probably is some kind of recourse if you're citizens living out of the country out of the country for some particular reason, and you have a kid, and you know.
Well, was he there because like his parents were like in the military or something?
Well, yes.
Because if that's the case, then I think if he's born in a military base, then that counts.
Yeah.
It definitely counts. Or in some sort of U.S.
But you know, something like that for someone who just travels.
Yeah,
you know?
There, like I said, I think in situations like that, it defaults to your parents' citizenship. But I don't know those particulars of that.
Yeah, like you happen to be on vacation, you go into premature labor or something, you're in another country. Like it just seems ridiculous that kid couldn't be a citizen for that reason.
Yeah.
You know. So I would assume such a thing has happened, and but whatever. I mean,
and of course you can be born in another country, and as a kid, and then brought over, and you can be naturalized, and you become a citizen. I mean, obviously that can happen. So.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. So I don't know, but definitely if it's going to go back to Australia, I mean, if it's become a citizen now, that's going to be another headache, whatever. I don't think it's going to be a big deal on the show.
Yeah, the next episode is going to focus on how she deals with the legal repercussions of.
I don't, and I really hope it doesn't.
It's going to be next episode is going to be The Little Prince and the big lawyer bill.
Oh.
The Little Prince is pricey. Oh man. The Little Prince does not like shrimp on the Barbie, but he will learn.
I hate that title. That's so irritating.
It is.
The Little Prince. That's
Prince.
what Aaron is now. The little goddamn
It's always
Prince.
a little. It should be LIL apostrophe.
Yeah,
it really should be.
Lol.
The lol.
Oh God, it's terrible. Ugh.
So another thing to bring up in this scene is, this is the famed Ajira Airlines.
Oh, shit, yeah. I meant to bring that up earlier. Yeah. Maybe I was going to bring it up later. I don't even know. But, yeah, so whatever. I'll just bring it up now. So, I mean, we know that at some point they flash into a time period where these people are there with an Ajira water bottle, and they end up shooting at them. Like, I mean, you know, there was a theory around at the time that it was these people. I guess now I'm inclined to think that it's not these people, but maybe people from this plane. Yeah. Not necessarily Jack and Kate and all that, but like people on this plane. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, there's a lot going on here. Where to start? One, is it people from that plane? I think that could be true, but I feel like they went through a bit of effort killing off all the red shirts. I feel like it'd be strange to just add a whole other group of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's weird. The other thing to me is they're not. I don't think they're in that timeline anymore. They when Sawyer and all those guys and Juliet and they were getting shot at.
I did think that was the future at the time, so that definitely goes against the idea that they land during the Dharma era.
Yeah, and so they sort of flashed out of that time period. I think the water bottle sort of obviously came from this flight, but I don't think that means that the people who were shooting were from this flight.
I see.
And again, I don't know who would make boats like that. I don't see you making a boat like that unless you do that a lot.
Yeah.
Unless that's your mode of transportation for a long. You know what I mean? Like.
You don't think if you went to build your first boat, it would come out looking like that?
Yeah, and you build two of them? Yeah, no. I don't think so at all.
All right.
I think, and here's another thing I'll throw out there. The island is always moving. So it could be the island moved closer to some place that has a, sort of more indigenous inhabitants or something. And they built
just rode on
these boats and they rode over. Why they have rifles, I don't know. But I don't know if that's too crazy.
Yeah, you can get rifles.
You can get rifles, yeah, why not? Amazon.com, right? I think it qualifies for Super Saver shipping.
Absolutely.
It's over $19.99.
Order's over $25. I mean, surely a rifle costs more
than
that.
Oh, is it $25? I thought it was $19.99.
Oh, is it? I thought it was $25. I don't know.
Well, maybe we'll just have to buy some stuff on Amazon with some great deals.
Maybe we will.
I know all my purchases are from Amazon.com.
I know mine are as well. Yeah, and I think all yours should be.
And let's cash that Amazon check right now. Oh man,
so many sponsors here.
So many sponsors.
Really seems like we should be getting paid a lot more than we are.
I know, a lot more than zero.
Yeah.
So again, who are the people shooting at them?
There really isn't enough to go on, but at least there's a connection,
Yeah.
With the Ajira thing.
I sort of feel like I'm a little bit more convinced. I know people thought this before, that it was the the Oceanic 6 coming back. Now that I see sort of more of how they got back there, I'm thinking I'm sort of wanting to believe that a little bit more, but I still don't think that's who it is.
Okay. Yeah, I find it hard to believe that would happen. But I do feel like it's connected to this somehow. Yeah. But yeah, I can't quite make sense of it. I can't quite. It never. All the versions of it don't play out in my head right. I just can't. I can't quite envision. That's why I wanted to make it people I don't know, so they don't have to behave in ways that make sense to me.
Yeah, and the other thing too is I don't want to believe that when Jack's group gets back to the island, that the flashes are still going on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that is a problem.
I think the flashes need to stop just for the fact that that's not only did Locke, put the wheel back on his axis, presumably, but also that, that was supposed to that's what was supposed to be the fix too, was, if the danger that they're in is that they're time traveling and it might kill them, okay, well, here's some people who are back on the island that should
They're
help
back.
solve
That was supposed to be the thing that fixed everything. So,
yeah, so hopefully, so that's the thing. That's another thing why I don't think it's them, because that would mean that, you know, Jack's group lands, they have these boats, or they build these boats, which makes no sense.
yeah.
Makes no sense. They've never did that before.
No.
And then they start shooting. They start shooting at the you know, at Juliet and those guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then the flash happens, and then Juliet and those guys disappear. But then what happens to Jack's group? Like, they maybe should disappear too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just
exactly.
it's a bit cumbersome. It's a bit cumbersome.
It's very cumbersome. Yeah, you're right. If they're there and they flash away, that'll be really weird. Ugh.
I don't like that.
I don't either.
And here's another thing: when Jack, Hayden, Hurley get on the island, Jen is there. He's already in Dharma outfit. So they, you know, I feel like they have been in that time frame for quite a bit of time, and it makes no sense. And they sort of got there after the previous flash, when the whole shooting at each other, the canoe off or whatever, happened. So I just don't see that working out.
Yeah.
I don't see that working out.
Yeah, I agree.
And by the way, they do sell rifles on Amazon.
Oh, good. Wow. I'm actually surprised.
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder what the protocol is. I mean, what you have to do to get them to ship you a rifle.
I kind of don't want to know. I'm scared.
I mean, not that I want a rifle, but I'm just curious how much overhead there is.
Yeah. Okay. This is an air rifle.
Oh, that doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
Yeah.
Maybe they only sell. Maybe they don't sell real rifles.
I can't imagine they would sell real rifles. That would be crazy.
Yeah. This. I guess these are all air rifles.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
What about
Amazon
shotgun?
is a company you can believe in.
It's a family company.
Yeah.
Yeah. These look like. Yeah. I guess all of these are. Here's a rifle for here's a shotgun for $25. I guess it's not a real shotgun.
I hope not. Wow. I don't think I'd want to use it if it were $25. That's scary.
All right, enough about the gun talk.
Yeah.
This isn't our NRA podcast.
Right. Yeah, that's coming soon.
What else? What are we talking about here? So
what about Hurley?
Gonna go see Jen. Okay, next scene. Yeah, let's talk about this next scene with Hurley and all that. Is that what you're talking about? Do you have a specific question?
Yeah. What was I going to say? Yeah, what about Hurley buying all the seats?
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about.
Okay.
I was a little confused by this because so Hurley buys. It seems like he buys all of the seats on the plane except for the ones that I don't know what, because he doesn't know who else is coming. So
right.
He buys 78 seats.
Yeah.
And to me, the first weirdness is that she thinks they're open, which if he bought them, her system should say they're not open. So I don't know. That was weird. And then she checks and realizes they're not open. That was weird. Because you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I mean, maybe they don't. They should all have his name for every seat if he bought the tickets for all the seats.
Yeah.
So when she looks to see the availability, she shouldn't see any but she should see Hugo Reyes for 78 seats.
Right.
Which he explains to her and she verifies. So I don't know, it was weird.
Yeah. But then she's like, "Why are you doing that?"
And then she says, "Okay, you're only one person. There's 78 seats. Here's people who want to get on the plane. Why won't you let them get to their destination?"
Yeah.
And then he comes back with, it doesn't matter why, which Which I like that line because it's, I don't know, it's somehow the customer's always right. Don't ask me questions, which I kind of like. But then, of course, we see later there are people on the plane. And and it doesn't look like there were 78 empty seats. It looks like if anything he bought the extra seats in first class. There were a bit of those, but I don't know. I don't know if there's some scene missing where those people.
It's always a missing scene.
I mean, maybe the missing scene is the people end up getting on anyway.
Yeah, I agree. It did not look like it was that empty.
Yeah.
And I don't think this flight was supposed to be so big that 78 seats would, missing wouldn't, could still look like a full plane.
I agree. And here's the other thing. I love the fact that he was like, I bought all the seats. Because I was thinking about that before, is if this plane is supposed to crash, what happens to all the people? How do you get around that? I thought it was perfect, perfect writing thing. He's got all this money, blah, blah, blah. Here's a way to use it. This might be the reason he won all the money. Like they could say that.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that he won it was so he could, have enough money to buy all these seats, so he could save all these innocent people. But then that's not what happened.
Yeah.
In that way. But so that was a little weird to me. I didn't really get what they were trying to do here.
Yeah. Me either.
And then Jack shows up. I mean, we gotta definitely talk about Hurley and why he's here.
Yeah. So I kind of want to wait until a little bit later.
Yeah, we can wait
before I say something about that, because there's a little bit more that happens.
So I think that's pretty much all for this scene, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Saeed we have to talk about later as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so should I go to the next one here?
Yep.
Okay, so in the next scene, Jack gets on the plane after Hurley says, let's do this. Let's do this means let's get on the plane. Jack gets on the plane, passing Saeed next to the law enforcement official.
I really want you to start calling her Leo.
Leo. Okay, good. I was really
struggling. Law enforcement official.
I kept writing that because I wasn't sure what to call her. I was pretty sure she was a law enforcement official, but no more than that. So, yeah, Leo. That's good. Thank you. Okay. I was really struggling to shorten that. Okay, so anyway, he passes Son, and he passes Kate. Jack greets Kate briefly. Hurley gets on next with a guitar case. They're about to close the plane, and Ben runs up and gets on just in time. Ben's arm is in a sling. Hurley finds out. Hurley freaks out about Ben. He says no one told him Ben would be there. Ben says, who told you to be here? Hurley doesn't answer and settles down when the flight attendant comes over. The flight attendant gives Jack the suicide note, which they apparently took out of the coffin when they were inspecting it. Jack asks Ben about the other people on the plane, what's going to happen to them, and Ben says, who cares?
That Ben.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. What a sensitive man.
Yeah. Okay, so now, as for Hurley, the fact that he freaks out about, so correct me if I'm wrong, did Ben or did Ben not tell Hurley that he wanted him to go back to the island?
Thomas the Apostle.
Okay,
Jesus wanted to return to Judea, knowing he would probably be murdered there. Thomas said to the others, let us go. Okay. I thought I'd pull a bit and not answer your question.
That's a good answer. I never thought about it that way.
I'll just tell you a story about this guy.
Yeah.
So wait,
I mean, maybe I should
question?
just look at the transcript. I feel like he said, like, if you go back, you won't have to lie anymore. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so anyway, well, let me just leave that aside. So Hurley wasn't there for the scene at the marina when they find out that this is about going back to the island. And, of course, he doesn't go to the church either. He's just sitting in jail this whole time.
Yep.
So I guess based on his reaction to Ben in this scene, I guess I'm assuming that whatever he thinks he's doing here, he doesn't think Ben has anything to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
So to me that means whatever his reasons are for being here, they're not Ben. And somehow he thought that, I mean, maybe he thinks he has to go back to the island, but he doesn't necessarily, for some reason, think that Ben's involved in that.
Yeah.
So I can at least say that much. One thing that I've read is that, maybe just a ghost told him or something, a Charlie ghost.
I think Charlie told him.
Something like that. Now, okay, fine. On the other hand, I mean, the ghosts have already told him that. I mean, Charlie was telling him that way back when,
Yeah.
Episode 4, Season 1, at the beginning of the end. So,
I was like, title, please.
I have
nice.
to.
You can't. You pulled it. You pulled it through. You nailed it home.
I did. Yeah. So like he already knew. That's why I wanted to ask about what Ben said, because if he knew that Ben was asking to go back to the island, and he willingly went against that. It just seems weird to me that he would turn around. Now Charlie says it. Okay, never mind.
Well, here's the thing. I think yes, you're right. Charlie said you got to go back to the island, but I think the specific thing here is how did Hurley know to be on this plane?
Okay.
And I think maybe that's something Charlie could have told him. I definitely think the things that someone needed to have told him is where to be and why. And what was going to happen, which is basically 316, this flight.
Mm-hmm.
You guys need to be on there.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there was something. I get the sense he understood about recreating the original crash, which is why I think he was partially upset about Ben being there. And then the other thing is, the fact that, that the plane was going to crash, which is why he needed to buy the tickets and save all the other people. That whole thing.
Right.
I don't really see Charlie saying all that to him. Usually the messages are pretty short.
Yeah.
And not so detailed.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm a little confused on what happened here. I think it's probably some sort of ghost thing, but it could be. Well, let's see.
It's just
Hurley was going to get out of jail that next morning. So I mean, Miss Hawking could have told him. Not that he knows who she is.
Mhm. Yeah. It just strikes me as odd that he would go from admitting to multiple murders to get away from Ben, and if I remember right, going back to the island to, a couple days later, being totally on board and even buying a bunch of seats to make sure other people don't get on, and like it just seems odd. Like I can't imagine that whatever he's seen since then is really that different from what he's already seen.
You mean what convinces him he needs to go back to the island?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I mean, what else could they have told
him
that they hadn't already told him?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Charlie told him he needs to go back, but he didn't say when or where or how.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think he was told when, where, and how.
So you think he was already buying into it, and it was just that he didn't want to go with Ben?
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. I think whoever told him this definitely and probably specifically left out the Ben part, that Ben was going to be around. And I kind of think Ben's not supposed to be on the plane. You know what I mean? In the sense that I feel like Ben wants to go back to the island, but he's not really sort of supposed to.
Right.
I feel like he's sort of, maximizing an opportunity here more than that this was just how it's supposed to be going down.
Well, according to him, whoever turns the wheel can never return to the island.
Yeah, unless you hop on a flight to Guam, and you know what I mean. Like, yeah,
and him and Locke are going straight back apparently. So yeah, that doesn't appear to be too true. But whatever. I guess he can lie about everything. So.
Well, you can't come back to the island because you'll never be able to find it again. But if you have Miss Hawking, who can tell you to a high degree of probability where it's going to be ... in time.
But the way he said it, it didn't sound like it was a practical thing. I mean, you're right though. That's classic Ben to get out like that. Well, I said you should, I said you would never be able to return, but I just meant that because you would have moved the island, it'd be impossible to find. But
the island's always moving. Why do you think you were never rescued?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's all into getting out on technicalities, which is something he does. Was that this episode or was that last episode? Where I think that was last episode where because when he gave Son the ring and he was like,
totally.
He got it from Locke, and Jack was like, I thought he didn't come see you. And he's like, yeah, well, I went to see him. But if you look back at the original dialogue, that wasn't the original dialogue. The original dialogue was, when was the last time you saw him? And he said, on the island. There's no ambiguity there, Ben. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, but I thought at some point Jack did ask if Locke came to see him, because he was mentioning.
Ben asked Jack, I think, if Locke came to see him.
Okay.
If I remember right.
Yeah, there was some mentioning of Locke coming to see people.
Yeah, they definitely talked about that.
Yeah. And see, that's what I thought Ben was referencing that conversation, or Jack was referencing that.
Yeah, well, it was the same conversation where Jack said, no, it wasn't. I'm sorry. That conversation was from this season. The other conversation was last season.
Yeah. But right.
they were in the same time period. But yeah,
he did say, when was the last time you saw me? He said on the island, which was, apparently wrong.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, this whole episode, I was, anytime someone asked Ben something, I was trying to see him lie, and in the next scene here, I guess when Jack asked Ben if he knew Locke killed himself, and Ben says no, I just I don't believe that. How did you not find that out? How did you not? How do you know about all the stuff that's going on and you didn't hear that from Ms. Hawking, who you've been working with for however long? I just, and the way he says it, I'm just like, wow, you're just lying. And why?
I also thought it was strange in that other scene where Jack asked Ben if he knew about the lamppost.
Yeah, totally.
And then he asked Ms. Hawking if he's lying. She's like, yeah, he's probably lying. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I agree. It's like, why can't Ben say? I mean, at a certain point, I guess it's just Ben is just not a team player. You would feel like at a certain point, hey, we're all on the same team here. We all want the same things.
What does it matter? Why can't you say yes if it's true? What then? I mean, we already think you know a lot of stuff. We know you lie all the time. Mm-hmm. And if you say yes, I mean, what do they really think they're going to get out of him?
He could just say I've heard about it, or I've never been. It didn't seem like he had been there, but I feel like he was familiar with the idea of the place at the least.
Yeah. Yeah. And it didn't seem that he really needed to lie there.
Yeah.
And the fact that Miss Hawking was just blasé about, he's probably lying. Like, it just, I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know why he's just, he's just going to sit there and lie about everything, and everybody, it's like everybody knows this, and they're just like, you're just going to move on.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If she, the way she says it, like he just basically lies about everything, so he's probably lying. I mean, I feel like she should sort of know whether or not Ben knows about this, because she should sort of know about who would have had opportunity to know about this place.
Yeah.
But and so it was kind of weird that she wasn't able to just be like, yes, he's lying. He was here last week or something.
Right.
So yeah, it's strange. And I think he should. It seems like he had no idea how they were going to get back to the island until this scene where she explains it. You would think that he might, he's putting this whole plan together, or at least helping with it, and you would think that he would be informed about, well, we've got this machine that predicts where the island's going to be, so that's how, I don't know. I feel like he was just sort of obviously lying, and classic Ben.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm done lying.
Yeah, but like, oh God. Oh wow. Yeah, that was a great one. But if he's gonna lie, I mean, I guess that's the thing with Ben. I mean, he doesn't necessarily even need a good reason. His just default position is to lie about stuff.
I think if you asked him if the sky was blue, he really would not just say yes.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's. I guess that's just supposed to be his character. It's just originally, back when he was Henry Gale, it was understandable why he was lying all the time. His whole persona was deceptive in nature. But there's no secret about who he is to some extent at this point, And it just seems like it would not be shocking or a big deal if he said, "Yeah, I knew about this place."
It seems like if Jack didn't ask him, he might just say himself that he knew about the place. But the fact that someone asked him, he had to lie about it, and it is weird. You're right, because I think in terms of character growth and development, it's like at a certain point, he needs to, I don't know, I feel like at a certain point he should not be lying about certain little things.
Yeah, like, is he never going to tell us anything? I mean, I guess one of the things that I'm looking forward to on the show is like a full understanding of Ben. And, at some point I'd like him to tell the truth about something.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, here we are. Season 5, we're not there yet.
Well,
it's 2008 or whatever, and he's still lying all the time about everything. So I don't know if that change is coming anytime soon, but I don't know. I guess I just thought at some point it would happen.
This would be a nice point.
Yeah. If he could just level with him and tell him something. I mean, there isn't that much at stake with a lot of this,
Especially when, they're already on board.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to hide the truth to a certain extent when people are like, they're already doing this crazy thing anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in the past, with various things that happened, there always seemed to be something that he was concealing for a particular reason, but yeah, it just seems like he doesn't need that at all. It doesn't matter.
So, did we figure out who told Hurley to be there?
Charlie.
Charlie, maybe?
Yeah, that's my guess, at least. It doesn't work for me, but that's what I think.
Right?
I mean,
yeah, because it's like, what, he gets out of jail, or he's in jail, and Charlie's like, hey, go do this thing, and then he gets out and he does it.
Go do this, and okay, yeah. Once again, like, I mean, all the scenarios just don't quite. I mean, I guess Kate kind of works. No, the problem with Kate was why she decides she has to go back. That's the part. So okay, back to my original thing. Like every single scenario, like some of it works, but there's always a key thing that just seems to be missing, where the arc just doesn't play out the way it should.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, like Charlie just go to the airport and get on this plane, and he's just okay. That's it. Like, that doesn't sound like a scene to me.
Maybe Echo told him. Maybe they're playing chess.
Playing chess. Oh, God. Oh, man. Echo. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a ghost person. So, you know, whoever that may be.
Who's ever available.
Yeah. Exactly.
Maybe it's Boone this time.
Boone. Why not? Why not? He likes being a ghost sometimes.
Maybe it's taller ghost Walt.
Oh no! No, Walt should not be a ghost because he's alive.
Oh yeah. Oops.
I'm just saying. And I have to say, it's kind of odd that no one's brought up Walt. I really wonder if it matters so much that they recreate the conditions of the original flight. I mean, someone who was definitely on the original flight, no mention even of trying
Well, I would guess that means that Walt wasn't supposed to be there. So his getting off is inconsequential because the people who are supposed to be there are the ones who need to come back. I mean, it's a lame answer, but...
Okay.
Speaking of that, speaking of people who's supposed to be on the island and all that stuff, there was something on the forum, and I think I've heard it mentioned before, but the idea that sort of, Smokey kills people who aren't supposed to be there, that sort of thing. I just don't really buy that. Like the pilot,
because he wasn't Frank. If he was Frank, he wouldn't have killed him.
Yeah, it's just like, how does Smokey know that? Like, if it wasn't supposed to be Frank, if it was supposed to be Frank, it should have been Frank. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it wasn't Frank, so it wasn't supposed to be him.
Yeah, I mean, what does it mean by, what does supposed to be mean?
Yeah.
That's if what's supposed to be doesn't happen, then what's the reference for what's supposed to be?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, you guys weren't supposed to leave, but yeah, we did.
Yeah.
So if the thing is you weren't supposed to leave and you guys need to come back, then that's fine. But don't say you weren't supposed to leave. Just say you were supposed to leave, but you're supposed to come back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, you got to go one way with this.
Yeah.
Thing. You can't go, different ways with it.
I'll buy that they're supposed to go back, because they do go back. But the idea that they weren't supposed to leave is, I don't know what that means.
Because if they weren't supposed to leave, then they weren't supposed to come back, because they weren't supposed to leave.
Right.
But they're supposed to come back, because they left.
Exactly. Like, we're supposed to leave according to whom? That's right. According to whom?
Exactly. To whom?
I mean, who's sitting there deciding what's supposed to happen? And why is that what's supposed to happen? And why didn't that happen? Exactly.
Underline that question. Why don't the things that are supposed to happen?
Yeah. Yeah.
And who's ever deciding this, I feel like, should have the sort of foresight or perspective to say, hey, you know what? The Losties weren't supposed to leave, but you know what? They're supposed to come back, so it's fine. Like, it just seems like you can't have it both ways.
Yeah. Yeah. But they do it both ways.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Whatever that means.
I don't know what that means, but okay. So I think we talked about this a little bit, but I wanted to bring up Saeed.
Oh, man, we got to talk about old Mr. Giraffe.
What the fuck is going on with Saeed and his lack of a beard?
And his curly hair. His season 1 look.
It's totally a season 1 look. Actually, his curly hair was back when we saw him previously. His hair miraculously went from straight to curly in like one night. Because when he was in the hospital, like, it was curly again. Inexplicably.
It was really humid in LA then, and it just...
It just seemed like one night of like he does some intense hair care process and one night of failing to do that, it just reverted back to its original state. But the beard is gone. And I didn't even realize he had a beard because I got so used to it. And then when I saw him with it shaved, it shocked me, and I realized that's what he looked like in season 1.
Mhm.
So they're definitely doing that. And the fact that he's with this Leo is sort of analogous to Kate's situation.
Totally.
But you know, what did he do? What happened? What's his deal? What did he say? You got theories?
Well, I mean, he's wanted anyway, right, or something? Isn't he a fugitive or something? Or
well,
something
I don't know.
Iraq? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he didn't seem to be in trouble, like, during that period of time when, like, Nadia died and all that. Because he was just, like, in L.A., right, or something? They were living in L.A. together, weren't they?
Yeah. I mean, he came home. He was part of the Oceanic Six. There didn't seem to be any hint that there was a problem.
Is there a prison in Guam?
Yeah, you know, I was going to say, I don't know the answer, but that is something that occurred to me, that they were going to take him there to, like, a black ops site or something.
Yeah.
To, like, torture him.
Is it... Yeah, I felt like there's some sort of U.S. military prison in Guam or something.
Yeah, I mean, it is a U.S. territory, you know, that isn't actually a part of the United States itself. So it does seem like it could be one of those places that would have, you know, a site like that. I don't know if it actually does or not. But it did occur to me that maybe they were doing that. I mean, there is a history of the CIA working with Saeed. I mean, they got him to go undercover and expose this other guy, and I mean, they were the original reason he was on the plane in the first place. Because he was trying to find Nadia, and they told him, you know, he could do that, and that's right. No, he stayed behind because he was going to bury the guy that he infiltrated.
His friend.
Yeah, and who ended up killing himself, I want to say.
Yeah, I think so.
Been a while.
That's
season
classic
1.
Lost.
Yeah.
Woo.
Some old shit.
We didn't know what was going on back then.
No.
No idea. I had no idea the show would get to where it is now.
Yeah, we're a long way from that. But you know, he was in the Republican Guard, and it wouldn't be unreasonable for the government to have some interest in him. On the other hand, I do get the sense he's actually arrested because of something he's done recently.
Yeah, I feel like there was some sort of incident, some sort of contrived incident that put him in this situation. There's sort of no fault of his own. Something to maybe do with Ben and, you know, this whole thing. I don't know. I'm a little confused. I don't know how much fate has to play in this, that they're all on this plane.
Good old fate.
Yeah, good old fate, you know, fingered Saeed for something, for a crime or something. I'm just going to breeze past that.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I don't really have any crazy theories about what Saeed did. I mean, he didn't have much time to do it. You know, because wasn't it just the previous night that they were all at the pier? At the pier?
Yes, that's right. You're right. He didn't have time to do much.
So
and
he had to sort of commit some sort of crime and get caught for it, and, you know, whatever paperwork is involved.
I mean, I kind of agree that he's not really to blame. Like, I don't feel like he went and robbed a bank or something.
Yeah.
But I feel like he got involved in something that caused him to get arrested. You know, during that time period.
I mean, they could. I mean, someone could have found out he's the one who's been killing all these people.
There's
but
that.
Why take him to Guam?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I don't know why they're going to Guam. I kind of feel like maybe Guam wasn't the final destination. Is Guam on the way to Iraq? Maybe if you go that way.
It's I don't know. If you go that way, maybe. I had to look up where it is. It's sort of east of the Philippines, north of Indonesia. It's not that far from where the island was previously. I mean, at least, relative to the Earth. And where, if it could have appeared anywhere, I mean, it didn't go that far from where it was.
Yeah.
So if you're going to Iraq from L.A., maybe you would go that way. I guess I don't know. I don't know what the distances are. It
would be, to me, very reasonable that he's being extradited back to Iraq.
Yeah.
That would make a lot of sense to me. And they're not going to take you back with this straight hair. So, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's far too flowing and luxuriant.
Yes. No. So, yeah,
and what product do you use, by the way?
By the way, how do you get the luster? So the sheen and the luster is beyond reproach.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's yet another instance of what the fuck in this episode. There's blanks there for pretty much everybody except Jack and Sun. Everybody else, there's some mystery about what happened to them and how they ended up there.
See, here's the thing. Remember, Saeed didn't want to go back to the island. He was
That's
there
right.
when they said that they were trying to go back. He has no real reason to go back, so he's just sort of forced to go back literally.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just the answer there. Is he's supposed to go back? Anytime I say supposed to, assume it's in quotes.
Okay.
So he's supposed to go back, and so he's sort of forced to go back by whatever series of circumstances led to his being in custody.
Yeah.
That's his way he's getting back.
So it doesn't really matter that much why it's just sort of a mere contrivance to get him on the plane because his.
Well, it's a mere contrivance / fate.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Fine line.
It's the way things had to happen to fulfill whatever's supposed to happen.
Yeah. But the idea that he was dead set against it, and there's no reason for him to change his mind.
Exactly.
So you just have to force him on there.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Who else do we have blanks for?
What?
Who else do we have blanks for? You said Kate.
Yeah, there's a blank for Kate with the Aaron situation. There's a blank for Hurley.
I think Kate's answer is a mix of Jack and Sawyer. That's my answer for why she's going back. I don't know. I think she really loves Jack, but I don't know. I don't know if she really wants to be with Jack. But and I do think she loves Sawyer too in some sort of way. So I sort of lump them together because I don't really know who she cares about more or whatever. But
yeah, that seems to be a running gag on the show.
Yeah, right. Ross and Rachel all over again.
Yeah, I mean, just when she even marries Jack, and then she's doing something, and what is it? And it's something for Sawyer. Oh no! And then the marriage falls apart. And
they were married?
Yeah, they were married. They were fucking married. Yeah, they were married in episode 10 of season 4. Something Nice Back Home.
Did they show a wedding?
They didn't show a wedding, but they showed Jack proposing. Maybe they were just engaged.
I got the sense I didn't think they were ever married. I didn't think they were ever married. but maybe they were just engaged. Yeah,
they were at least engaged. That's for sure.
Okay, I'll buy that they were engaged. I didn't ever think that they were married. That was crazy.
Yeah, I guess I assumed they got married, but they didn't show it. That's true. But the whole point was that it didn't work out.
Yeah.
So, I guess I thought that's why they didn't show it. But yeah. Anyway, I mean, they were on the verge of being married at least.
Mhm.
And then, just when you think, okay, finally we can settle down. I mean, I thought the same thing about Sawyer, I mean, it seemed clear that was it, and then they have problems, and then she goes to O-Town, and then she leaves, and it's endless. It's really endless. And now that they're back on the island, I mean, it's just a matter of time before she sees Sawyer again, and we're back on that path.
Yeah. My dream pairing, if we're gonna dish here,
all right,
is Jack and Juliet and Kate and Sawyer.
I see.
That's I feel like Juliet connected with Jack on a level Kate never did.
Mhm.
And I think the same thing about Sawyer. I think he connected with Kate on a way Jack never did.
Yeah.
And I think Kate and Jack in another life would be great together, but I think it's sort of the, star-crossed lovers thing, where they're just sort of not really meant to end up together. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll buy that.
So if they both get back to the island, they both can have,
Mhm. Everybody's happy.
Their respective blondes.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, the blank for Hurley, and there's also a blank for Ben.
Hurley's blank is
I mean, we can definitely theorize about it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, in the story, there's a hole there.
Yeah. There's definitely a hole. I mean, we'll figure that out. I mean, Ben's thing is, you mean why he wants to go back to the island?
No, Ben's thing is what happened exactly? Why was he beat up? What did he go to do?
Yeah.
Etc.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a lot of stuff. Presumably that'll get filled in. This seems to be a lost thing. And I was thinking about this. I was going to say, I'll just say it now. How do you think it would have played if they just did the story we've seen chronologically? No flash forwards at all.
So, let me think how that would go. So, we end up, let's see, Ben moves the island, and then we stay on the island?
Yeah.
Wait, like,
basically, like, we don't find out that the Oceanic Six get off and all that beforehand. We just follow through the boat and the various adventurers and the eventual, escape, and then we just follow the Oceanic Six linearly through their story off the island.
Mm-hmm.
The on-island stuff is pretty much linear. We don't usually get. I mean, I don't think we have gotten flash forwards for the island, but the Oceanic Six story, like if they just ran that chronologically, like do you think they do all this skipping around, and they sort of do it in this episode too. And it made me wonder if it would have played better or differently or whatever if they didn't do that. If they didn't tell us where we were going first. Because I feel like knowing where you're going makes it different.
Well, knowing where you're going but not how you got there inherently brings up questions and mysteries.
Right.
So you're saying instead of us finding out, like in this episode in particular, that they make it back to the island, that we just start with them trying to get there and we don't really know what's going to happen, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Because I kind of feel like the way they've been doing things, it definitely raises mysteries about how do they get there and all that. But I also think sometimes it undercuts the drama because we know they're going to get there at some point. And it was the same with Oceanic 6. Like, we know these people are going to get off the island. And so, you're just waiting to see how that plays out. But it kind of it takes away from some of the suspense of various moments,
Yeah, I would agree with that. This scene in particular, if they didn't have that thing at the beginning, I mean, that's pretty much all they need to cut out, right, for it to be chronological?
Yeah.
I think it would have still been pretty interesting.
We didn't have a mystery about who's in the coffin and all that, Like, did we really need to go a whole season wondering about who's in the coffin and, why they need to go, was it really necessary to drag that out so much?
You mean we would have seen Locke coming to people and telling them things and seeing him kill himself and then seeing I
guess I won't know how that would have played until we see what that's like. But
I think part of the reason I still think it would be interesting and probably would work. I do think the way they do it, you sort of get more mystery for your buck.
Mm-hmm.
And but I also think it has a lot to do with what they want to talk about when.
Yeah, that's true.
If they wanted to let us know about what happened with Locke before, chronologically, they would have had to talk about that already.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of the problem is what parts of the story they want to tell. When, but that also, that just goes back to what mysteries do they want to bring up.
Right.
It's weird. It's definitely weird. And like I said, this episode in particular is just a small example of that. I think it would have played out pretty much the same way and maybe a little bit better for the ending. Because when they're on the plane and it starts having turbulence, if we didn't really know what was going on or what was expected to happen, I think it would have played a little bit better. But then you get little things like, at the beginning of the episode, Jack wakes up on the island and he has that part of Locke's letter. When that comes back around, it's really it means a little bit more,
Yeah.
Because if it was played chronologically, it would have been like, here's Locke's letter, Jack doesn't want to read it.
There wouldn't have been any point in showing it if they had done it chronologically, I think.
They could have still shown it, but it would have, my point was, if they showed it, it would have just been, here's the letter Jack was holding.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there would have been any point in putting it in there. I think they could have just had him woken up and skipped the letter altogether. The only thing that made that worthwhile was the fact that we saw it at the beginning, didn't know what it was about, and when we come back, we know what it is.
Yeah, but that kind of adds extra meaning, I think, to the whole point of that letter, I think. Because it was about him getting back to the island and Locke sacrifice and all that, so...
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes that a little bit more important.
Yeah, that's a little. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So it works. It works on that.
Yeah,
level,
you do get something. I mean, I don't deny there is something to be gained by telling the story that way, and I definitely appreciate that, and that's definitely an example of that.
It's a balancing act. I mean, really. I think you lose a little bit from the mystery of what happens when the Flash on the plane. You're sort of going to know. Not only do you know they're going to be fine, but they show you again.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit rapidly cut, but they show you the scenes again, and it's a little weird.
Yeah. Okay. Well. So Ben says, "Who cares?" This is, I think, a sequel to.
I know, right?
The scene from season 4.
Ben the asshole part 2.
Yeah, where he says, "You just killed everyone on that boat," and he goes, "So." same kind of response, and it just, Ben gets me. It just makes me want to bring up that whole thing in Meet Kevin Johnson, where he sends Mike to the boat, and then he sends him this big crate that has this supposed bomb in it, and he has him go let it off, and then it isn't a real bomb, and then he talks to him and says, I did that to teach you a lesson that we're not like that. We won't just kill people like they will, and we're different, and we're better than that, and so on. Like, he goes through this whole thing to show how they take the moral high road. And then you have scenes like this, where he's just like, I don't care, about all of what's going to happen to these people who have nothing to do with this. Like, which one is it?
Yeah.
And do you not care, or do you care, or are you better than that?
I feel like it's both. First of all, I want to say that when he says this line, as horrible as it is, I wanted to believe that he was basically, that the truth of the matter was he sort of felt like, these people wouldn't be harmed. He sort of knew that for some reason. That's kind of what I was hoping was going on there, because I don't think those people are. I mean, that one guy who gave his condolences to Jack. I don't think I've seen that actor before. I don't think you hire an actor for a one-line role like that unless you want him to come back.
He's apparently got a name according to the transcript.
His name is Caesar. So
yeah.
I do think we're going to see Caesar again.
I think you're right.
And I also think
I haven't seen him before. You're good with that. Like, you always notice these actors. I don't even know. I don't know who anybody. You had that on that other show. What was that? What was that other show? Dexter. It was on Dexter. The guy in season 3. The guy who turned out to be. Sorry. Okay. Maybe that's a spoiler.
You shouldn't say that.
Anyway, you recognize a particular actor.
You know what? And yeah, and almost the same kind of person to me. A little sinister there. There's a little sinisterness. I know you're talking about, and yeah, the same thing.
You knew they wouldn't just get this guy for this one scene.
Yeah.
And so it led you to suspect more. And in the same way, I had no idea who he was, and for all I knew, this was his only scene.
Yeah.
So I did get the hint that, like, this character, they did make it seem like there was something going on there.
Yeah.
But I definitely don't recognize the guy, so I wouldn't have put that together.
I do think we're going to see Leo again also. Most notably because during the scene when they're on the plane and they're sort of the little montage where they're showing all the people, all the the Six and Ben and everyone. They make a note to show Leo. They show Saeed and they show Leo too, and it's I'm like, okay, well, if you don't want us to remember her, then you really should be focusing on her.
Yeah. I did think it was odd that neither one of them spoke at all.
Oh, Saeed and yeah.
Yeah.
And Leo, yeah, it was. I mean, I get it's weird to me that Leo didn't say anything, I guess. Saeed is sort of in custody. I think and I don't even know what Saeed thinks is going on. I mean, I guess maybe he puts 2 and 2 together when he sees everyone on the plane.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe he's just not allowed to talk or whatever. I just really thought he would say, after everything he sees there, I just really thought he'd say something.
Yeah.
I was surprised that he just sat there.
Yeah, there was something there. I think he didn't want to let the cat out of the bag, as it were.
Yeah.
Because he sort of he sees Jack and he sees Ben and he's got something to say.
Yeah, he does seem to have something to say. Yeah.
But he sort of realizes he shouldn't, which makes me wonder if he's if he's sort of under an alias or something, or does I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Saeed.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're right. We might see more of Leo as well.
I hope it's short for Leona.
Me too now. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so let's see.
Yeah, we got a couple more scenes here.
Yeah, so should I just go to the next here?
Oh wait, so Ben's not caring.
Do you have more in that?
I think we were talking about that.
Yeah. Oh, you thought that somehow he actually knew that that
they wouldn't be harmed.
They wouldn't be harmed. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm trying to maybe I'm reading too much into his question of who cares, of more that he's saying, sort of what difference does it make? And really at this point, if they are going to be harmed, what can you do about it?
Yeah.
I just, when he.
But there's a difference between you can't do anything about it and who cares.
Yeah, I agree. The line sticks out. It's. I don't know what to do with the fact that he says that. It's so. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Maybe you're right. But he just, just when I'm thinking he's helping out and all that, he has to come up with a line like this where it's like, God, really?
And I can tell you who cares. Jack cares. That's why he's asking.
Yeah. I know. That's what's strange. I mean, he can't even feign to care. Say something besides who cares.
Maybe he doesn't know what's going to happen, and so he just. Maybe this ties into what Ben says later about why he's reading and all that, so he doesn't have to sit there thinking like Jack is. Maybe that's the thing is, I don't know what's going to happen to these people, so I'm not going to speculate about it. So I don't really care because I just don't know. And maybe he just makes peace with that, and it comes off callous, but it's just sort of, that he just decides not to care because he just has no idea or something. I don't know. So it's the opposite of my other theory.
Right.
That he knows they're going to be fine. So I'll put both on the
two theories.
Here.
Yeah. The opposite.
All right, you want to go to the next scene?
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. In the next scene, I mean, it's all sort of continuous here, but the plane takes off. Everyone sits. The plane flies. Everyone sits. The seatbelt light goes out. Jack goes over to Kate. He tells Kate that it's crazy that they're all there together. Kate says, "We're on the same plane. It doesn't make us together." The pilot comes on the speaker, and it's Frank. Jack asks the flight attendant if he can talk to Frank. She agrees, and Jack sits back down to wait. A cleaned-up Frank Lapidus emerges from the cockpit. Frank says he flies this route all the time. As Frank talks, he notices the other Oceanic 6 people there. And then Frank says, "We're not going to Guam, are we?" End of scene. Oh, God.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Were you there?
I wasn't at first.
Oh, dear. Okay, good. Yeah, scared me. I was ready to go into action mode.
Did you just finish your recap
I
of the
did.
scene?
I just recapped the scene. Would you like me to recap it again?
No, I know what happened in this scene.
It ends with Frank saying, "We're not going to Guam, are we?" That's really the only thing that happened.
So Frank being here, surprise, surprise.
Oh, and Kate says we're not there together. That's
the part I left on.
Those are the two. Okay. So those are the two events. It was crazy to see Frank again. I was quite certain that we would not see Frank again.
Mm-hmm.
When Frank leaves in season 4, he says, something like, "Nice to meet you. Hope we never see each other again," to Jack.
Yeah.
And I was pretty sure he was right about that. I didn't think Frank had any relevance to the story. It was weird. I didn't even think the actor would be there, so I didn't think.
Yeah, Frank is back and he's all cleaned up and looked totally different.
Yeah, much the bedraggle factor has decreased.
He turned down the bedraggle factor.
Several orders of magnitude. You may remember that he started out, on a scale of 0 to 100, probably at least 50 to 60. But as the season progressed, he got more and more bedraggled.
Mm-hmm.
The hair was frizzier, the beard was bushier, and by the end of the season, he was just a complete mess.
Yeah.
So it was weird to see him like this. I kind of miss bedraggled Frank. I got attached to that. Somehow he's not quite the same without the Hawaiian shirt and the frizzy hair. I miss that.
I have to say, something about Jeff Fahey. I've always liked him. Haven't seen probably nearly 90% of his movies, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But something about his face. I don't know. In this scene when he was just like, "We're not going back to Guam, Ari," and just looking at his face, I'm just like, I like you. You're a good actor.
He is good. The only movie I can think of that I've seen him in is The Lawnmower Man.
That's the movie I love him from.
He plays the titular character.
Yeah.
Who has nothing to do with the character in the Stephen King story. But it's some weird virtual reality thing. Nice early 90s time capsule, that movie. All about the future. What's going to happen?
What's going to happen? Virtual reality. Oh no.
That was a weird movie, but I did enjoy it when I was a kid, and that's really all I knew him from. But I agree. I think he is good. I like him.
He came. I don't know. Just this short little scene. I was like, "Yay, Frank's back."
Yeah. He's definitely good with those facial expressions, and it's. So I guess Frank's presence is. He was supposed to be the pilot of the original flight, and so this fulfills that somehow.
I guess. I'm shaking my head.
Okay. You don't think so?
I mean, sure. That's what they want us to believe, I think. So why not? I think it's lame. I feel like Frank's... I feel like we're going to see Frank on the island.
I do too.
I don't think Smokey's going to kill him. I
agree. But Frank's supposed to be there.
Because he's supposed to be there, so why would they?
Exactly.
What was weird to me is, he says we're not going to Guam, Ari, and, he's realizing that, I think he's realizing that, the plane's going to crash on the island.
Yeah, and it's odd that they leave it at that.
Yeah, and
Frank just goes right back to the cockpit
and keeps on flying.
Yeah,
and doesn't get more clarification. He should be worried about himself and all his passengers.
Yeah,
he should be worried how this is even going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, scenes like that, they happen a lot, but I mean, you said it before. Like, what's next after he says that?
Yeah.
Where does Jack go from there? And they never show it because I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna crash on the island.
It's kind of, they don't show it because the audience knows already.
Yeah.
But for
for the character.
Yeah, for the character's sake, a scene like that, I mean, maybe it's a deleted scene where Jack explains more.
It did seem jarring, though, when I watched it again, to just cut out on that note.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if Frank were a character that, that we've been following for a while, I feel like it happened easier. But the first time we've seen him in a while, he has this realization, and we never see him again. Like that's
a huge realization.
That just doesn't fit well.
Yeah, all these people who were on this crazy island with him and had this crazy adventure are now miraculously back on his plane.
Yeah.
That he's flying. It'd be different if he was just a passenger on it, you know, and sort of realized, oh no, now I'm swept up in all this stuff you guys are in. But he's actually flying the plane.
Yeah.
So
it seems like that would affect his actions somehow.
I don't honestly. I have to ring the deleted scene bell.
Okay.
I don't see Jack going back to his seat without elaborating. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah.
I really don't. I'm going to say that again. I don't see it happening.
Okay. All right.
So I guess next year or later this year when the DVDs come out, let's see if there's a deleted scene about this.
You don't think he said, we're not going to Guam, are we? And then they just kind of looked at each other for a while, and then Jack went to sit down, and then he went back to the cockpit, and that was it? You don't think that was all that happened?
No. I gotta say, I think there's a little bit more there.
Okay. That's the way I always envision it when it goes to commercial. I imagine them just standing there.
Waiting for the commercial break to end?
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't say anything, Frank. The commercial's still on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they leave it on the cliffhangers, you know. It makes you feel that way. And then they even reiterate the cliffhanger when they come back. Yeah. You know. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're about to shoot me. That's right. For this reason. Mm-hmm. Remember what I said just a second ago? I'm going to say it again so you remember. Yeah, it's a thing. But anyway, yeah, I agree. We'll probably see Frank again. I don't know what role he has in all this. I really actually, like I said, I kind of thought he didn't matter that much because he didn't seem to have a big reason to go to the island other than the fact that he was a pilot. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what role he's supposed to play in the bigger story. So, yeah. Yeah, here's the thing. If Frank was supposed to be the original pilot, and that's supposed to mean that he was supposed to be on the island, like, you know, why? And who cares? You know what I mean? Like, first question, why? Second question, who cares? Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, he wasn't the pilot, and he didn't get to the island. Why does he need to be there? Yeah, okay, well. And here's another thing. If Frank needs to be on the island, and he wasn't the original, you know, he obviously wasn't the original pilot, but somehow in the long run he needs to go back there, then the fact that he's flying the plane that gets these other people who weren't supposed to be back there should sort of make up for the fact that he wasn't there in the first place. I would think so, yeah. Because now he gets to be the one that helps them get back and all this. Right. So it just seems like, you know, you weren't supposed to do this thing, but it's all going to work out anyway because everyone's going to make it work out the way it was not supposed to happen. But now he's supposed to do this, which if he had gone to the island, maybe he wouldn't have been able to do this. Mm-hmm. And so was he supposed to do this? I don't know. So, yeah, so Frank's on the island. He's one of the original Losties. The Smokey, you know, presumably doesn't eat him. Yeah. I guess not eat him, kill him. I don't know. For some reason I thought Smokey ate the pilot. It kind of did seem like Smokey ate the pilot. I don't. Maybe because my original thought was, you know, a dinosaur or something. Yeah. I always got maybe I ate him, but it did seem like he chewed him up and spit him out. Yeah, exactly. He got chomped on a bit. Yeah. So Frank's one of the original Losties, blah blah blah, season 1, season 2. Mm-hmm. When it comes time for them to leave, do they not leave? Because if they do leave, then who's gonna fly them back and help recreate the original event? There'd have to be another Frank. There'd have to be someone else on that boat who's supposed to fly the helicopter. Yeah, that's another point, too. There has to be somebody else who flies the boat. So there has to be like a Frank, too. And then, although, yeah, definitely. I was just going to say, yeah, they have a person who flies the helicopter to the island, but if Frank is there, that person can die and Frank can fly it back. Oh, okay. Because he's a pilot, although he hasn't flown in 3-4 years. But it's like riding a horse, I'm sure. Right. Yeah, no, I'm sure you're right about that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's, again, free will versus determinism and fate and all that, and it's like all this, there's things that are supposed to happen and not supposed to happen, but it just seems like at the end of the day, it's all going to make itself work out. So what's the big whoop?
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. They want to portray the idea that the right thing that's supposed to happen might not happen. But on the other hand, everything that happens is what was destined to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like it can't be both things.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it can be both things at all.
So yeah, I don't know. I do think they like both ideas though. I mean, they need one for suspense and the other for the overall theme of the show.
Yeah.
So, and they can't do away with either. So we're stuck with both.
The yin and yang.
The yang and yin, yeah.
Next theme?
Sure. Oh, what about Kate's line about how we're not together? Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, I did have something to say. Let me look at that again. Well, she says this line, and then Frank introduces himself, and I think it kind of underscores her point, or overshadows her point, because I think they are together. I think she's feeling lonely and distant right now, But yeah, I think they are together, and and the fact that Jack is actually opening up to this whole idea of what's going on here is pretty important. I think the fact that he says, "Don't you think this means something?" Because this is a man of science here,
right?
How did they end up here? They bought a ticket. Well, Kate, as droll as you are, Saeed didn't buy a ticket, you know what I mean, to get on the plane. He's not. He's obviously. I mean, I don't know if I'm assuming Kate saw him, but it just seems like he doesn't really fit that bill.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. She's coming from a weird place. I don't really know what to do with her with this thing because she's not really being rational, I don't think. I mean, the fact that they're all on this plane, not all of them had the same, sort of part of the same group who wanted to get back to the island. So the fact that they're all are there is weird.
Yeah.
On a plane going to Guam.
Right.
Like on Ajira Airlines.
Yeah.
Come on, Kate. You've never heard that airlines before. You know it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Maybe I'm not supposed to read too much into... I think you're right. I mean, I think she's probably just, she's got her own problems and issues. And not playing into how she's responding to this. But it just, I don't know, for some reason, that whole thing about, we're on the same plane, but we're not together. Like, I guess I thought she was making some grand statement about, about some kind of disunity among them, and this is some kind of big problem, and I don't know. It might be just about Kate and her issues and stuff, but somehow I thought it was more than that at the time.
Yeah, I don't know. You could read into that. I don't really know. There's a couple things you could read from that, but I don't really know. I think it's just more about her being really upset right now.
Yeah.
Because I mean, she's not even sitting with Jack.
I know.
I assumed they'd be sitting together. But they're not even sitting together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is this a good time to talk about whether or not Kate is pregnant?
If we're going to talk about it sometime, I guess we can talk about it now.
I don't think Kate's pregnant.
Me either. Let's move on.
All right, next.
was easy.
Yeah, that was quick. Wow,
okay.
Who knew?
Good.
All right, next scene.
Yeah, so let's see what happens. In the next scene, we're still on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Ben reads. Jack asks Ben how he can read under the circumstances. Ben says it beats what Jack is doing, waiting for something to happen. Jack asks Ben if he knew Locke killed himself. He pulls out the note and tells Ben that it is following him. It feels like John needs Jack to read it. Ben says, "Why don't you then? Are you afraid that Locke blames you?" Jack says it wasn't his fault, and Ben agrees. Ben gets up and gives Jack some privacy.
I'm assuming that means it was Jack's fault.
Yeah, I think you're right. Ben gets up and gives Jack some privacy. Jack opens the envelope, and the note says, in full, "Jack, I wish you had believed me. J.L." The plane shakes a few times. Hurley tells the condolences guy, Caesar, to fasten his seatbelt. The plane shakes, the light flashes, luggage falls, chaos. Then a bright white light fills the screen, and that's
they're all dead.
Yeah, thank you.
The Oceanic Six is now 6 feet under.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to finish? I mean,
should I just do this
round
last
out
part?
the end of the episode. I mean, yeah.
All right, I was gonna focus on that, but yeah. So Jack wakes up as in the beginning of the episode, and we see an edited version of the first scene where Jack gets Hurley and finds Kate, and Kate says, "Where's the plane?" And Jack doesn't know. No one else knows what happened or where the others are. By the others, I just mean the other people on the plane. Yeah. Jack decides to search the jungle to find the other people. Then they hear some music and an approaching vehicle. It turns out to be a Dharma van. A man gets out and points a rifle at the three of them in the water. And it turns out to be, Jin. Lost.
Jin who?
Jin.
Jin who? No, I'm kidding.
Jin Soo.
Jin what? All right, so big surprise, it's Jen. All right, let's move on.
Let's
go back to the beginning of this.
Yeah. Back to the never mind.
So when Jack asks Ben, "How can you read?" and Ben says, "My mother taught me," that is the fucking funniest line in the entire show. Every time I see that, I laugh. I just the way he says it, and then he looks over to him, knowing he said something so dry and witty. It's so silly. It's such a silly thing to say coming from Ben. It blows my mind. How can you read? My mother taught me. It's just like, oh, I couldn't believe he said that. Could not believe he said that. Yeah, I love that line, and I love how he delivered it. I don't think now is the time for levity, Ben. I love it. It doesn't make any sense for him to say that, but he does, and it's great.
Yeah, I was too wrapped up in thinking, well, actually your mom died giving birth to you to laugh at that line. It just, like, I got distracted by that.
Oh, that's
I
true.
agree that his delivery is funny, though.
Yeah, it is weird. I forgot the whole thing when his mom died.
Yeah, his mom did not teach him to read, unless his ghost mom taught him to read.
Literate ghost mom?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Sawyer. Pull that one out of your hat. I dare you. Oh, man.
Literate ghost mom Linus.
Yeah, that, now that you mention that line comes off strange, a little weird. But anyway,
it was
just out of the blue.
If it was even conceivably true, it wouldn't have distracted me. But I was just like, no, actually, that didn't happen, and I know you're kidding, but
yeah. So here's the thing where he says, it beats what he's doing, waiting for something to happen, blah blah blah. And what is Ben reading?
Oh, he's reading. I think he's reading Ulysses by James Joyce.
Oh, really?
I think so.
A little light reading?
Or did I just make that up? Yeah, a little light reading.
All right. Well,
lots of stuff about Dublin.
What? Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to make a short reference about the comic book Hurley was reading at the airport.
Oh, yeah. What about it?
Are you familiar with that?
No, what was it?
Well, a friend of mine told me that comic book, Why the Last Man. This is another comic book Hurley's reading in Spanish for whatever reason.
Yeah. We've never actually seen him speak Spanish, but he does read it, apparently.
He does read it. And apparently the story of Why the Last Man is literally about the last man on Earth, and sort of the things that, happen because he's the last man. And so there's all these women, blah, blah, blah. I think, it sort of ties into the whole infertility of the island kind of a thing. That's all I could sort of grasp the connection from it. But I thought it was interesting.
So it's really the last man. It's not like the last person.
Yeah, the last man, the last male who can, help create a baby.
I see. Oh, and they all need him for a baby. Wow, what a comic book. Yeah,
really great. Apparently it's supposed to be interesting with all the stuff that's, going around for that. But so Ben's reading. So let's go to this thing about Locke real quick. Can we do that?
What about Locke?
So Ben says, "Are you afraid that Locke blames you? That it's your fault he killed himself? Why would it be Jack's fault? Make me understand that. Why does Jack feel any blame?"
Because Jack was the one who was primarily responsible for them leaving the island, and thus the reason that Locke had to go back and kill himself to get them to come back.
Lame.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no. That's really a tough cookie to swallow.
I don't like swallowing cookies.
I know. I just don't see why Jack thinks it's his fault after 3 years of all this crap that went on. And Jack wasn't the only one who was trying to get off that island. And it was other people involved that made their escape a success. So I just didn't understand why he just assumed that Locke would blame him. And then Ben picks up on that.
Yeah.
And maybe Locke does. I mean, what do you think his note means? I wish you had believed me. What a sad thing to say before you kill yourself. And that's the thing about Locke is, it seems like to his death, he was never able to sort of find any sort of internal willpower or sense of well-being. He's always, his actions are always predicated on what other people think and what other people want him to do. And it's sad that, he never, to leave that as your last words, I wish you had believed me. That means that he was never, that he needed Jack to believe him for him to feel okay. Right? I mean, that's the sense I get.
Yeah.
And to me, that's just sort of sad and tragic. And, that Locke that we thought we would get from, the season 1 Locke, who was sort of sure of himself, who could throw the knives, who could hunt, who could track, who was sort of mystical, who ate oranges and then smiled. That Locke just really got thrown out of the window, literally at some point. Zing.
Oh.
Is it too soon? Yeah, and then the Locke that we've seen mostly is this sort of childish, petty, very sort of emotionally insecure man, and it's interesting character, just not the character I care to see. But
yeah.
And then he seems like he just ends up that way. Like, even he goes through all of this, he gets off the island, he turns the wheel, he gets off the island.
Mm-hmm.
He does all this stuff. And what it all comes down to is Jack believing him. It's just weird to me.
Yeah.
Because it's almost
orange
like
smile, man.
Yeah, it's almost like you didn't believe me, so here I'm going to kill myself. This is how much you should have believed me. You know what I mean? That's how it comes off, and to me, that's just I don't know what the word for that is, other than, sad and tragic and whatever.
Yeah, I really wanted more from this letter.
Oh, man. I was hoping that, I was thinking all kinds of stuff would be in that letter. Yeah, I was hoping for more, too.
I was really excited to see what was in it, and I really thought it would be something pretty exciting and interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And what it turned out to be was very... Like, I didn't even think about what it means for Locke, because I was just like, that's it?
Mm-hmm.
That's all we get? After all that, I wish you had believed me. Okay, Locke, thanks.
Yeah.
Those are your last words on Earth, huh?
To Jack, yeah.
Like, I just really wanted him to say something more interesting than that.
Yeah.
And I was wondering how they were going to do it, too, because I thought it'd be a big, long letter, and I was wondering if they were going to do voiceover or something.
Mm-hmm,
I thought it was going to be a whole thing, and it was just one line, and that's it? I don't know. And Jack really needed to read that.
That's the thing, he was already on the plane. He was already, 2 seconds from getting back to the island.
And I think he already knew that Locke wished he had believed him.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think he really didn't know that? Like... Obviously, he knew that.
Even in his death, Locke can't get it right. Man. He just, always throwing those dishes.
The final dish.
The final dish.
Yeah, God. I mean, I guess I thought Off-Island Locke would be more interesting and more together, and he'd have a mission.
Well, goddamn, if not then when, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't, and especially coming from the heels of, in terms of our watching the show, back on the island, he's like, oh no. Just recently, he's like, oh, no, I needed that pain. I needed to grow and blah, blah, blah. But then, it doesn't seem like, then it doesn't sort of pay off.
Right.
When you've got this, magical man telling you to turn a donkey wheel with your broken leg and you need to bring these people back. And, it's so strange.
Yeah.
He's wrapped up in, why is Jack is this just from his dad? Is that what it's all about? Like he needs a male person who he respects or something to validate him.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it's all about, but it's you would think that would be Jacob or something, or the letter was a little disappointing. It works, but just thinking about what's there, it's a little disappointing that it wasn't something a bit more meaningful in a way, you know, like some extra part of Locke's awareness that would be conveyed.
Something at least a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he said pretty much what I would expect him to say.
Yeah.
And that's just disappointing. That was a good thing about season 1 Locke. I really couldn't predict what he was going to do. He was on this journey, and I didn't know what he was thinking or what his plan was from one moment to the next. And it's just not like that anymore. It seems so clear what, you know, it seems transparent what his problems are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you just laid it out. You just laid out exactly what his problems are.
And I'm no psychologist.
Exactly. So that's. I just don't think that's good for a character. I mean, I think it's more interesting to have some points where the character does unpredictable things, or you're not 100% sure about what their motivations are for everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah, the idea that's the note he goes out on. Oh God.
Yeah, it makes it seem like, you know, one of the reasons he killed himself was because Jack didn't believe him.
Yeah, it does. It really seems that way, and I don't want to believe that.
That's really lame.
And yeah, it is really lame. God, like I just didn't think that's the show I was watching.
Yeah,
because it's not supposed to be about Jack believing him. I mean, it's supposed to be about what's supposed to happen and what the island wants and all this other stuff. Like I really thought it was bigger than Locke's need to be believed.
Yeah, I mean, Locke should let what's going on the island and off island and all this stuff convince Jack of whatever he needs to be convinced of. But that's the thing. Locke is I don't know. It's sort of selfish in a way. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. It's like it's all about him.
Mhm.
You know, nothing about the larger mission. And, like, he knew he had to die anyway. I mean, before he even went. Like, even if Jack did believe him, you know, I mean, he would have had to do this anyway.
Unless he's trying to say, if you had believed me before, you guys wouldn't have left. And,
yeah. That's right.
And I wouldn't have had to die?
I guess. Yeah. That is what I think he's saying. Sorry. I forgot. Yeah, I think he's saying, I wish you had believed me originally.
And now he has to die and go through all this.
Yeah.
I mean, that works a little bit better. It definitely makes Jack feel like shit.
Definitely, yeah. When he didn't want to open it because he was blaming himself, and then he opens up the letter saying, essentially, you're to blame.
You're to blame. You should have you know, it's like Thomas. You know, Thomas should have just believed in the first place.
Right.
Instead of having to wait and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
weird.
He believes it now, but he should have believed it before, because now, you know, bad things happen because of that.
But is a person better because they believe on faith
Apparently.
versus a person who believes from seeing the truth? Like,
that's the moral of the story, I think. But yeah, I do question that.
Yeah.
It's a strange thing to say. You should just believe something. If you have to see evidence to believe it, somehow that's bad.
Yeah.
It's a weird moral.
And even faith is, I would surmise, backed up by something along the way. I don't know anyone who has blind faith for an extended period of time without ever thinking they have sort of verification of their beliefs. You know what I mean? So someone who's, strongly religious, I think, would give you evidence of the reasons that they're religious, even though they couldn't necessarily provide physical, scientific, verifiable facts. They would still say, this happened to me, I saw this thing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So even if you have faith, you still have at some point. I think it's still predicated on something.
Yeah.
So it's not just like, okay, you're great because you believe in this thing and you've never had proof or never had verification in any way. Great.
Yeah, I guess I want to say that faith is sort of exactly the part where you don't get evidence to make the leap into belief. I guess I'm inclined to say that.
Yeah, but do you continue to believe? Is my question.
That the reasons you have for believing are evidence and things that you might but if they don't get you there, the extra leap you make, that's the faith part.
Yeah, but I mean, once you make the leap of faith, how long are you going to keep that faith without some sort of verification of that? That's my point.
I guess, yeah, I would say to the extent you need verification, you're not having faith.
Yeah, which is my point. that someone who has faith at a certain point gets verification, even if it's not scientific proof. But they, like I said, they would tell you the reasons why they continue to have the faith and believe in something they can't prove. It's because of other things.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone would say I believe in God and I've never had proof, and there's nothing in this world that's made me believe God exists except for the fact that I believe that. They would tell you plenty of things. It's like if you're gonna go, someone wants you to come, go on some trip with them because there's some money at the end of the trip. You can go and have faith that there will be money there, but if the trip lasts 3 years, along the way you want to have some sort of proof to keep your faith going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I guess I just want to say whenever that comes into play, it's not faith anymore. I mean, the part where you need faith is exactly the part where you don't have evidence.
But you can need faith in the beginning to get you on board the train.
Yeah.
But to me, to keep the faith train going, you do need something.
Once you get to the
point, in return.
I mean, to me, once you get to the point where you're saying, look, I need some kind of indication that, that this trip's going to be worthwhile, that this money's actually going to be there. I mean, that's, to me, a sign you're losing your faith.
Well, but look at it like this. I mean, Jack sort of has faith that, they're supposed to go back to the island and all this stuff. He doesn't really get any proof, but then when he gets on the plane, everyone is sort of there, and he sees it as a sign that his faith is validated. That's the kind of thing I mean, where it's not like you're saying, I'm not going to believe if I don't get any evidence, but along the way for your journey of faith, I feel like for you to keep your faith, you need to be getting reassuring, events and circumstances that keep that going. And if you don't, I don't see why it would keep going.
Right.
I
agree, but I guess, I feel like it should keep going. Like, your faith can definitely be confirmed by things that happen, but I guess I feel like it's not. The faith is going away if you start losing it because it's not being confirmed.
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying I don't think it's not like they're needing the faith they're needing. I'm not saying that that. I don't think you're losing your faith if you get reassurances on your own. If you stop and say I need reassurances, then yeah. But I'm saying someone who has faith in something for an extended period of time, I think by the mere fact that they've had it for so long means that along the way they've gotten confirmation. I just don't see anyone having faith for an extended period of time and never have gotten confirmation of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what I'm saying, is that I think in the long run you would get that just by the nature of your having faith.
Yeah. I guess I feel like what you're suggesting is that no one really has faith.
No, I'm not. Wait, what?
That actually, if we never had evidence for anything, no one would ever have faith in anything.
Well, but here's the difference, though. The evidence that this faithful person has isn't scientific evidence. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying things that reaffirm their faith, but not necessarily things that would, not like a scientific proof of something. They don't need that, because to me that's
I see. So it doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
Yeah.
It's just something that is good enough for them.
Yeah, I mean, they could say, why do you believe in God for the last 20 years? Well, because I read the Bible and I believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's their faith. That's the thing that reassures their faith.
Yeah.
Why do you believe in this? Well, I was stuck in this place and an angel came to me and helped me. I mean, that's not something they can prove, but that's something that verifies their faith and keeps it going. That's the thing I'm saying is, if you have faith in something for an extended period of time, I believe that you, at some point, it has to be reaffirmed, or else why are you believing it?
Well, see, yeah, I guess that's what I want to say. You're sort of saying faith is not something that's self-sustainable. It actually needs some.
Well, then maybe I'm saying that because I feel like, and then from a religious context, I think the thing that sustains faith is the belief, and if you go to church and you listen to sermons and that's sustaining your belief, and you live your life for a certain way and you feel like certain outcomes are for a certain reason, that sustains your faith. I think the leap of faith is something that's independent on its own, but I think the sustainment, the sustaining of faith is something I think that needs. I think faith is a train, and it needs fuel.
I see. All right. Well, I kind of agree with you, but I feel like that says something about what faith's really like, as opposed to what I feel like it ought to be like.
Well, what do you feel like it ought to be like?
Well,
you just never need any proof or anything?
I feel like, I feel like the faith has no. If faith is supported by evidence, I don't want to call it faith. I feel like faith is exactly beliefs that are not supported by evidence. And so if you're saying, how could someone have faith for a long time if they aren't receiving some kind of confirmation that what they're having faith in is correct, then I feel like you're saying, how could someone have faith?
Well, it's like if you believe something and you can also say you believe in something wholeheartedly, but then at the same time you can also say you've never had confirmation of that, and you believe that for a long time, that seems like it makes you crazy. Just like, I believe in this thing, and I can't tell you why I believe in this thing or anything that's happened to me to make me want to believe in this thing. I just don't think that's the kind of faith that most people would say they have.
I agree.
Yeah. So that's So I think that was my point. Was it with Jack I was making a point about, or?
Yeah,
or Locke,
it was. I think it was Jack. Jack's the one whose faith is at issue.
Mhm.
So I think it was supposed to be about him.
So I forgot what my point was. That I think my point was something along the way. That was supposed to tie in somehow with the extended period of faith. Was supposed to somehow say something about Jack, but I forget now.
Oh. Well, something about the confirmation and. Yeah.
I forgot.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack it.
No, we got sidetracked on the whole thing, but Well, I'm sure there's a point to be gleaned somewhere in that conversation.
Okay.
So it's fine.
Yeah. And I will point out along the same lines. I mean, I've always felt like Locke is the same way. I think his story is a story of wanting to have faith, but being presented with evidence to the contrary, and finding that faith impossible to maintain under those circumstances. I feel like that's
Yeah, Locke thing's weird though, because he's gotten both sides of that. Sometimes he gets stuff that's like, okay, you're on the right path, and sometimes you get stuff that's like, no, you're totally wrong.
He also had the other side. I agree.
Yeah.
But it's like the light in the hatch, like that was for him a sign that he was on the right path, and he should continue and reaffirming his faith that he was doing the right thing. Later he learns that actually there wasn't much behind that, and he's clearly disappointed by that at a certain point. And
he's disappointed, but he realizes. But that's what's weird about that moment is it sort of didn't mean anything. Sort of at its core, but for him it meant something, and something important, I think. It's like, he was sort of tricked into believing, but that was important. You know? So it seems like the ends justifies the means.
Yes, I agree. And the other side is more than true. I mean, he has seen apparitions.
He's had visions and dreams.
He's had wounds heal at ridiculous rates.
He had his voice taken from him.
He's had the ability to walk suddenly after not being able to for years. I mean, he's gone through things that I think any sane person would have a hard time not believing something was going on.
And that's the thing. Locke doesn't need a lot of faith when he's had that stuff happen.
Exactly. That's the thing. Yeah. It doesn't even really take faith in those circumstances. I mean, there's obviously something going on. That's not stuff that just happens out of the blue for coincidence or something. It's ridiculous. So he's definitely had those things, and I guess I've always questioned how much faith he really has. I kind of feel like he doesn't have that much. I mean, I feel like his beliefs are based on what he's seen.
I think his faith is more in the sort of, what's the outcome of all this supposed to be, or that this is all the right thing that I'm doing. I mean, the sort of little things, he definitely, well, not little, but just the sort of events that have gone on, I think, it doesn't take much faith to believe in that. But he definitely has faith in the sense that, and maybe not even faith is the word, but, when he's always like, this is what I'm supposed to do, and I just know it, or I don't know it, but I'm doing it, and there's something there, and I think sometimes you can call that faith, and sometimes you can call that something else. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, he's seen a lot of stuff that really, if Jack had seen, would put Jack in that. And Jack is where he is too after seeing a lot of weird stuff. Yeah. I mean, that'll work. Yeah. Talk to a few ghosts, and you start having a different feeling about about whether you're sane or not. Yeah. So okay. Well, I guess we didn't get to your original thing, but hopefully we wrung something out of that. Yeah, there's something there. Okay, so we're already at the end of the episode. You had a crazy thing. Oh, no, before I do that, what about Jin in the Dharma van? I mean, can we agree on what's going on there? Yes, we can. Okay, good. So here's what I think's going on there. All right. You can tell me if you agree. I think that when Locke turned the wheel, they transported to a sort of Dharma era time, and somehow, I guess, infiltrated and got involved there, and that's why Jin's there, and that's what was going on in the first scene this season, where we see Dan in the Orchid Station. So that's what I think. What do you say? That's what I think. Okay, good. We can agree. Yep. That was easy. Well, we can agree because we always agree. Like, this would be shocking. And I have to say, something doesn't sit well, like, Jin worked for Dharma. Like, that sentence is... something doesn't work well with Jin hanging out with Rousseau. Okay, you're right.
You're right. But this is just another. You're right. This is just as bad. Maybe not even as bad as that. But it's just another one of those things where, rewind. Go tell season 2 us that Jin worked for Dharma, and we will laugh at you.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so hard for me to believe that's actually true.
Well, this sort of ties into the thing I wanted to bring up, so it's a good point.
Okay, good.
Is that, are we going to find out that, like, one of the Losties is Brzezinski?
Oh, my God.
Are we going to find out that, like, Hurley, like, got assigned with Kelvin in the Swan Station, and you know what I mean? Like, that could happen. It could, yeah. That could happen, that these people that we don't know about in this history on the island, like, could be fulfilled. The roles could be filled by the Losties. Yeah, you're right. That scares me. That is really scary. I didn't even think of that. Oh my God, no. Yeah. No, get ready. Not Brzezinski. You can't have Brzezinski. I know. Brzezinski Kwan, I'm telling you. Oh God. Or Jin Brzezinski. He uses an alias. I don't know. That's a hard one to pull off, but okay. So, oh God. That really frightens me. Really, it's scary. It's a very scary thought. Oh man. I mean, some of the Losties have seen quite a bit of the stations, so if they wanted to make a blast door map, they probably could. Oh no! Not the blast door map too. You're right. If one of them's Radzinski, that means they started the blast door map. Totally. Oh Jesus. Yep. Oh God. Oh, and speaking of that, maybe we mentioned this, but I think we had to have mentioned the Latin writing on the blast door map, right? After we learned that the others speak Latin. I think I brought that up. I meant to if I didn't. Well, there's that. There is that, yeah. So, that's what made me think that. That's what made me think that maybe he was involved with the others somehow. Oh yeah. Since that was the whole Latin thing. Yeah, I don't know. Anything can happen, I think, when you start time traveling. And then they start fucking with shit like they're doing. I think the fact that these guys are going to infiltrate Dharma, I think, on one hand, it's like, it makes a lot of sense story-wise because they've got this huge mythology about Dharma, and then you've got these sort of characters in the sort of future, present, or whatever. What better way to explore the mythology than to put these characters in there? Yeah. But it's awful at the same time. Yeah. So how well do you think Jin is speaking English here? I think by this point, I think we're going to see Jin speaking some pretty damn good English. Okay. I really do. I kind of feel like he had to have gotten better. They could have been there for a while. Yeah. I mean, presumably, it could have been 3 years. Yeah, I mean, based on the time we saw, like, presuming that time was sort of running at the rate they were aging, we didn't see more than a few days. Mm-hmm. And so if they've really been there for 3 years, like, he really could have come a very long way in that time. Although that does seem to mean that when Jack and Kate and Hurley land on the island, that it's in the past. Oh, yeah, that's right. Which is weird. But not the weirdest thing ever. No. I do think it is in the past. I mean, if Dharma's active, I'm pretty sure that's the past. And that was part of the thing with the island, like when it is. So I guess it just happens to be there currently. So that's weird that it's in the present. Because it has to be there for them to go to it, but then when they go to it, it's in the past. Yeah, and they sort of had a flash, on the plane. They definitely had a flash. The way they showed it, it was like when the time flashes happened. So, we don't see a plane crash. Here's the thing. Oh my God, is that possible? That's not possible. I want to hear it anyway. It's not possible that when Locke turned the wheel, the Ajira Airlines planes was hovering above it, right? No, that's not possible. Okay, why not?
Because Locke is in the plane.
I know.
Dead.
But tell me why it's not possible. Isn't there some sort of weird time travel thing where that could be possible?
Maybe. Oh, God. I don't know. I guess. That's weird, though. That would mean that they flew towards the island, and it was at this other time, and then the wheel turned, and then they went with it, and then Locke left to the past/future. I guess that's possible. Why not?
I feel like I can't really make it work in my head right now, but I feel like it somehow should be possible, and it would sort of explain the fact that, we saw the last flash on the island, we saw the flash on the plane. I think those need to correspond because they end up in the same time.
Right. Yeah. I agree.
And maybe the previous flash on the island was in the sort of 3 years later time period. They didn't know that because they were in the future, right?
Yeah.
And then, so that's where the island was going to be. That's where Miss Hawking said. And so when they flew over, Locke turns the wheel, and the island moves and brings the Losties there with it.
Actually, no. It couldn't have been the future because the Orchid wasn't there.
The Orchid
Station.
Oh, that's right, because before Locke turned the wheel, the Orchid was gone.
Yeah, and it wasn't there when they turned. I mean, the well disappeared.
Okay,
well,
what was the flash before that?
Well, there was the one with the well, and then the one without the well. Before that, the Orchid was there. They first get there, and the Orchid's there. Then it flashes, and then it's just the well. Then it flashes again, and the well's gone. Still no Orchid.
Yeah, it's a little screwy.
Yeah.
It's a little screwy.
Really screwy. But I agree that it does seem like they should be connected.
Yeah.
Because, what do you think happened to the plane? I mean, it's not at all like what happened originally. I mean, the way they shoot the beginning scene aside, it wasn't, it doesn't appear to actually have crashed there. Oh, Jesus.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically.
Okay, Dave Nelson, I'm writing this down for you.
To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
This is the event that doesn't occur.
He acknowledged that this occurred.
Yeah,
and that it was them.
Well, I hope it gets fixed, Dave Nelson. I appreciate your time and interest in this situation, and I hope it gets fixed.
Me too. So right now you're going to know this anyway, but it's been 4 hours and 40 minutes. It does seem to just be a matter of staying on for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
So, if you just get on there for 30 minutes or a few minutes or whatever, it's not going to happen. It has to be a very long time.
Yeah, which I don't think most podcasts go this long.
Yeah, I agree, and that's probably why you haven't had a lot of reports about it.
Yeah.
But we always have it.
Always.
Every single episode, pretty much. So, anyway, I wrote it down. I will be notifying you about this shortly.
Yay.
Okay.
All
anyway.
right, so we're talking about the plane. Wait, you were
the plane. Something. Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't seem like the plane crashed on the island.
Yeah, I think that the parties of interest got warped off of the plane.
Yeah. So you think that includes Frank?
I was just gonna say that either means part of me thinks Frank is on the island, which means the plane has no pilot.
Right.
Although there is a
co-pilot.
co-pilot, so that maybe solves that mystery. And then what did those people on the plane say happened to the other passengers? Well. Ooh.
Yeah,
but that's the thing. I don't think we're going to get more red shirts.
Yeah, we shouldn't get more red shirts. But you think Caesar's going to be on the island?
Yeah, and it's what's the point? Why would the island just take why would it take, the Lofties and Caesar and potentially Leo?
Right, yeah.
But nobody else. Man, maybe they didn't have the budget or time or interest to show the plane crash.
Yeah, I did think about that. It is an ordeal.
Well, okay, matter of fact speaking, they didn't crash from the plane, though. I mean, Jack woke up in the jungle. Like they didn't crash, right? I mean,
I don't
right?
think so. I don't think so.
So I'm gonna have to assume that my working theory here is that it just took the people it wanted, and Caesar was one of those people. He was supposed to be there the first time. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he's who could he be on the plane? Who is he recreating? Maybe he's pregnant. Maybe he's Claire.
All right. Wouldn't have thought of that.
Or maybe he's a con man. He's Sawyer.
Okay. Sure. I was actually kind of thinking that he was Jin because he was waiting in line behind Jack at the counter.
Yeah. Where's his wife?
Well,
son is there. What am I
saying? There you go.
So do you think it's a situation where But see, that's the thing. Why would it take people who weren't on the island previously? Like,
yeah.
If it was like, okay, the island needs to take like 8 people, and 2 of those people aren't there, so it just took 2 other people who kind of fit the situation. Like, I would almost buy that, but it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, the island's really weird.
The island's a crazy bastard.
I don't understand its needs.
The island it's either, a baby who just is throwing a temper tantrum and wants what it wants, or it's an old senile man / woman.
There's a fine line.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fickle.
Yeah. I think both seem reasonable, but yeah, it wants like very particular things, but not too particular.
Mm-hmm.
Just get in the neighborhood. Be exactly that, but just close enough.
Yeah. And it'll work, or be wildly unpredictable.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here's the thing: why does Miss Hawking care about any of this?
I don't know. That's what Jack was asking. Apparently, it's because Thomas doubted Jesus' resurrection.
Oh, of course. So, I mean, like, in the first place, why did Dan even go tell Desmond that he needs to get his mom to help if Miss Hawking was going to help anyway? From his perspective, he didn't necessarily know that. Oh, of course.
So I could understand why he would do it, but I feel like the question is why did they have him do that? What was the point of all that? All that running around of Desmond, like it had, as far as the show has gone so far, it had no consequence at all.
Maybe it's just to get Ben and Penny and that whole thing, and to get Desmond in the area, and that's lame.
It did seem they're not above like putting in a plot line that goes nowhere. I mean, they've done it before, and they will do it again, I'm sure. But I always think it's going somewhere, and I'm always the last to want to give up and believe that it's actually not going anywhere. So I don't know. I want to think that Desmond. I mean, she did say the island's not through with him. I want to think that Desmond is still going to do something, and maybe we'll find out more about Miss Hawking and scenes with him or something in the future. But point taken. I so far can't really give you any point to that.
And what does she even mean by that? What does she think she means by the island's not through with you? Like, like, does she think the island has a conscious will and she somehow knows, like, here's the thing.
Okay.
I think a lot of this is going to come down to time travel. I think maybe the reason that they sort of know what the island wants and who needs to be doing what is because they have evidence, from time travel and all this stuff of people needing to be certain places at certain times and doing certain things, and so that's that equals you need to be doing this because I have proof that you were there at this time, which means you're supposed to do that thing, which means that's what you need to do.
So they know what they need to do because they did it, and so through time travel, others found out about what they did and told them that that's what they need to do. So they did it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of those feedback loops.
Yeah, it's a feedback. Here's another. You wanna hear some? Can I blow your mind real quick?
Oh, okay.
Are you ready?
I think so. Let me hold on. Let me sit down.
I was trying to find out. This idea came to me, and I don't know if it makes sense for what we've seen on the show. But what if the Losties, infiltrate Dharma and help bring it down, or are similarly responsible for some big Dharma-related event, but by the fact that they were in it, caused it. You know what I mean?
You talking about the Purge?
Well, I don't know. Maybe some other stuff, but the Purge too. I mean, the Purge is weird. Well, Ben did the Purge. Well,
yeah, I mean, we've already seen that. But maybe the incident.
Yeah, maybe the incident, maybe some other stuff. It just seems like now that they're part of Dharma, that they could be responsible for some of the history of Dharma.
Yeah, you're right, and my mind's both blown and I want to throw up.
Right? I think your mind wants to throw up because it's blown.
That's right. That's the order it should have been. Yeah. Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they've already started on that road by having Jen talk to Rousseau and take part in some of the pivotal moments in her story. I mean, that's already I wanted to say no, they haven't done that yet. I mean, all we've seen is these various things that are of little to no consequence. But that right there is suggests that they're willing to go that far.
Mm-hmm.
And just having Jen work for Dharma is too
pretty
far
crazy
for me. Like I can barely stomach that. If they actually have these characters getting involved in major mythology events and playing major roles, oh God, I don't know if I can deal with that. Is that the show that I wanted to be watching?
Probably not.
I don't think it is. That's not what I had in mind. It wasn't supposed to be them that did it.
Yeah.
That's not what... I was interested in what happened, not just them going back in time and doing stuff. That's not...
Mm-hmm. What if, oh my God, I just blew my mind.
Not again. Oh, what's going on?
What if Locke is Rosinski? He knows about the blast door map, so he goes and he makes it so he can see it later.
Oh no! He's already seen it, so he knows what to put on it.
Exactly. Oh God.
Oh God.
He just hasn't put it on there yet.
That's terrible.
And he takes the name Rosinski because that's what he. He doesn't know the name, right?
The name is, no, I don't think he does know it.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows the name.
Maybe he just makes it up, though.
But that's the thing, he makes up the name. He's got aliases.
He made up Bentham. He can make up another name.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be beyond that. Oh God, Locke is Rosinski. Oh, that's ridiculous, and not as far from plausible as I'd like it to be.
I know, right? Oh, geez. So, we're entering. We're already in dark territory, if you will.
I will. On the one hand, the show's interesting. It's it's way less mundane than it used to be, and it's hard for me to complain because things are happening. They're answering questions, and it's on a lot of levels it's interesting, but it has the potential to go down such a terrible road that I'm just worried. I'm worried about how far this is going to go. The stuff he just said, is that really within the realm of possibility, or can they just stand in the outskirts and observe the big events? more like what Jin did. Like, Jin didn't take, he got a little more involved than I'd like him to, but he didn't play a huge role in the...
Yeah, only because the flashes, really. I mean, if he was stuck in that time, he would have presumably been with them longer, so...
Yeah, I know.
But that's not what was supposed to happen, so it didn't happen, because it was supposed to happen.
Right.
But, I mean, something like... what was I going to say? I forgot now. Something about them and Dharma. I don't know. Yeah, we're in a weird situation here where they can be a part of all this crazy history on the island stuff, and I don't know.
Yeah, and is that really what the show should be about? Is that really where? I mean, I know they want to explore those things, but it just, I don't know.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. What if, we saw at the beginning of the season, Dan at the sort of construction of the orchid.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
I feel like that might lend itself to him learning about how all this works, and and that sort of affects other stuff that happens.
Yeah. I agree.
Because say somehow he is the clever man who figures all this out. I can't quite figure out the timeline, but he's back at Dharma days. And he hears and gets proof that behind that wall is a pocket of electromagnetic energy. And then at some time frame, he gets off the island or something, and he's, and sort of later in the future, but past from the 2000s. And he's the clever man who's trying to find the island. And he knows it's going through time because, he was on the island while it was going through time. And he remembers the pocket of electromagnetic energy that's there on the island, and that's how they, you know what I mean? Like, it's sort of one thing leads to the other, which leads back to the other thing. Well, maybe that's the reason he decides to go that route, is because he saw, he got proof that there's a big pocket of energy here.
So they find the island because they found the island.
Yeah.
That's great. That's just great. Wow. That's quite a reason.
It's weird.
It's really weird. Like I guess that's somehow possible, but it's just so bizarre.
Yeah.
To have the reason you do something be the fact that you did it. It just doesn't seem like that should be possible.
Or maybe it's the reason you were able to do something was because you already did it. You know what I mean? Like, the reason he gets to the island was because, he gets on the boat and he goes to the island. But the original finding of the island...
Yeah, but I feel like that goes back to Dharma in a way. I mean, if Dharma hadn't found the island, then the Swan Station wouldn't have been constructed, and then Desmond wouldn't have been able to not push the button, and then the plane wouldn't have crashed, and then, that boat wouldn't necessarily have been there, and so Dan wouldn't necessarily have ended up on the island. And
but that stuff did happen.
Yes, you're right.
But that's the thing about this whole time travel thing is Dharma can find out about the island, sort of, the sequence of events doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and that's...
It sort of just matters that they happen.
Right, at some point.
Yeah.
Whether it's by characters from the future or what ever else.
Exactly.
And if it's characters from the future, that's what happened originally. But there's just something, it just doesn't seem like it should be possible, but whatever, it's the paradox-free way, and so that's just, when they got there the first time, Dan was already there, knowing where the island was because he had already been there in the future, and that was it. That was the way it happened. Okay. Fine, Lost. Fine.
Let's just get this over with.
Have it your way.
Oh man, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I fear for the length of our season finale podcast.
In what way?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's going to be long. I think the way they're going now, something really crazy is going to happen.
Yeah, this season's crazy enough already. They don't need a finale this time. Like
this could have been the finale of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Miss Hawking giving out all these answers and all this backstory. You got all these people doing stuff, and you got all the cliffhangers. You know what was Ben up to? Blah blah blah. Then they got back to the island. This definitely could have been the finale.
Fucking A. Yeah, most of the time they need a finale so that crazy shit can happen and all bets are off and all kinds of things are going on. They don't need that this season. There's some crazy shit happening all the time this season.
This finale, they need to sit on the beach and sing songs and play poker, and they need to get some golf going, and Jen can fish.
That's it.
And please.
That's all we need to see. People need to ask Sawyer to borrow things.
Yep.
And Sun needs to work in her garden.
Mm-hmm.
And they can just hang out at a montage.
And they can just wonder
if
they'll ever get rescued.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah.
They can just smile, and that's your finale. That's the all. I mean. It seems like something big is going to have to happen, and at this point, I can't imagine what that would be.
Yeah.
If they're back, they're already back on the island. Like, okay, where is it supposed to go now? I mean,
well, now they have to figure out. They have to find the other people on the island. They got to figure out what's going on.
Yeah,
I think now
definitely the immediate future, but where's the long-term direction? Well,
I think the rest of this season, I really feel like it's gonna be about Dharma and stuff.
Yeah,
I feel like at least next couple episodes they're gonna be dealing with this Dharma crap.
Yeah.
Probably some more.
Okay.
Maybe this is the Widmore era. Maybe this is the end of that era when he leaves or something.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he's with the others, so I don't know how he comes into play with Dharma necessarily.
Well, he was with the others in the 50s. I guess.
Yeah.
One of my pet theories is that he left the others at some point and somehow got involved with Dharma to get back to the island.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he was responsible for the hostility towards the hostiles. Because he was already, inherently opposed to them because he had been ostracized or whatever happened to him originally.
Yeah.
That he wasn't part of the others anymore. So, I kind of feel like he might have been involved with Dharma at some point.
Yeah. I kind of don't think he was, but he definitely could have been.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know anymore.
I definitely think it could go the other way, but 62% think he was part of Dharma at this point.
Whoa, 62.
Yeah.
That's almost 63.
It is, yeah, but not quite.
Not quite.
Yeah. One, not quite there.
Well, I'm a lot of stuff to say about this episode.
Yeah. What else can you say? I think we said it all.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I think next week is going to be a doozy.
I have to say, when I first watched this, I thought shortest podcast ever.
People said that on the forum. A lot of people thought it was going to be really short, and I didn't know why because there was a lot of crazy stuff going on here.
I actually agreed with them at first, but then when I watched it again, I changed my mind, and I thought, no,
mm-hmm.
I think this one will at least be slightly above average.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know what they mean because it seemed like there was a lot of atmosphere building and stuff like that. Not as much, but there was a lot of stuff. I mean,
yeah,
there was just a ton of events.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on.
And a lot of open-ended stuff to speculate about, and that can really have an effect on how long.
I think I think that's 62% of the length of the podcast. Is just
62, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a coincidence.
Interesting. Wow. All right. Well, has to happen sometime.
Right.
Some things are 62%. What are you going to do?
Some things really are. All right.
Totally.
So, yeah, guys, we'll be back next week with the next episode. I don't feel like we should say the name.
I don't either. I don't
know. It's
the
mild spoiler, but
the only time I like bringing up titles is when they're ridiculous.
Yeah.
This one isn't really like that. So.
Yeah.
You can find out if you want on your own, but we won't tell you.
We won't tell you. We won't spoil you, even a little.
We don't like spoiling.
They all die next episode. Oops.
Oh,
man.
I'll have to edit
we can edit that out, right? Okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Edit that part out.
Okay, I will. Don't worry. I'm writing that time down right now. Hear this? Type. See?
Well, your keyboard has audio effects. It sounds like you saying type every time you press a button.
Yeah. No, I rigged it up that way. I like hearing the sound of my own voice, making all the sound effects in my life.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I don't want to know what it sounds like when you flush the toilet.
Oh.
Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.